Good morning, warm welcome to the participants. We are beginning the program slight delay due to technical issues. The program is also being streamed online, and I would once again welcome all the participants for the seminar on leveraging India-Oman Cepa, organized by FICCI in association with the CTIL, Ministry of Commerce, Government of India, Industries Department, Government of Kerala, jointly with the Foreign Investment Committee, Oman Chamber of Commerce Industry, and the Indo-Gulf Middle East Chamber of Commerce in MAC. As you are, this awareness program is conducted at Kochi today so as to facilitate more investment and trade between India and Oman. We have the honor of His Excellency G.V. Srinivas, Ambassador of India to the Sultanate of Oman, Embassy of India, joining virtually on the program, and also His Excellency Mahbub Isa Al Raisa, Consulate General of the Sultanate of Oman, Mumbai, also joining virtually. We also have the presence of Sri A.P.M. Mohammed Anish, IAS Additional Chief Secretary, Industry Department, Government of Kerala, to deliver the keynote address. And also we have a very powerful packed business session happening immediately after the inaugural session with our friends from Oman as well as India, business magnates also joining physically as well as virtually also, and also presentation from the CTIL and the Ministry of Commerce, and also presentation from the Oman side also. So I request all our dignitaries for the inaugural function to occupy the seats on the dais. Sri A.P.M. Mohammed Anish, IAS Additional Chief Secretary, Industry Department, Government of Kerala. Sir, please be on the dais. Dr. James Nirbara, Professor, Head and Center for Trade and Investment, has just reached. He'll be joining shortly. Sri Cheriyanam George, Co-Chair of FICCI, Kerala State Council. Dr. N.M. Sharafuddin, Chairman, India Gulf Middle East Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Abdul Latif Upala, Board Member, Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Chairman of Foreign Investment Committee. We also welcome all our distinguished invitees who joined from the Oman side, Mr. Ahmad Ali Agak, Mr. Al Uhadin Muhammad Sahir, Official Smart Investment Gateway, and also Mr. Jim Joseph Iti, Partner, Corporate Finance Assurance Associate Partner. And other speakers also, Mr. Abdul Latif Upala, Board Member, Oman Chamber of Commerce Industry, Dr. Yusuf Hamad Baluchi, Economic Advisor, Research Analyst, Oman, and Founder, Smart Investment Gateway, Mr. Yarub Nazir Gamasi, Kamis El Saibi, Renewable Energy Investment Relations Specialist, Mr. Al Yaqub Muhammad Sahir Al Shukali, Official Smart Investment Gateway. Sorry for my pronunciation, if any. So without much delay, we are starting the program. I would request Sri Cheriyanam George, Co-Chair, Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry. I request Cheriyanam George, Co-Chair, Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, FICCI Kerala State Council, and Ultimate Director, Harrison Malayalam, to give the formal welcome address. Shall I start?
The others are joining online. Yeah. His Excellency G.V. Srinivas, Ambassador of India to Sultanate of Oman, Embassy of India, Oman. His Excellency Mehboob Isa Al Raisi, Consulate General of Sultanate of Oman, Mumbai. Mr. A.P.M. Mohammed Hanish, IAS Additional Chief Secretary, Industries and Commerce, Government of Kerala. Mr. Abdul Latif Upala, Board Member, Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industries, Chairman of Foreign Investment Committee. Dr. James Nirbara, Professor and Head, Center for Trade and Investment Law. Mr. Sharafuddin, Chairman, Indo-Gulf and Middle East Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Savio Matthew, Head of FICCI, Kerala State Council. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my privilege and pleasure to extend a warm welcome to all of you to the business seminar on leveraging the India-Oman Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement being organized by FICCI Kerala State Council in coordination with the CTIL Ministry of Commerce, Government of India Industries Department. Government of Kerala jointly with the Foreign Investment Committee of Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry and also Indo-Gulf Middle East Chamber of Commerce. We are indeed honored by the presence of His Excellency G.V. Srinivas, Ambassador of India to Sultanate of Oman, Embassy of India, Oman, His Excellency Mehboob Isa Al Raisi, Consulate General of Sultanate of Oman, Mumbai, Mr. APM Mohammad Anish, IAS Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Kerala, and also eminent industry leaders from Oman and from India, and all united by a shared common objective of enhancing trade and investment between two countries. Trade between India and Oman has a history of several millenniums, and archaeological excavations in Oman have unearthed evidence to show Indo-Oman trade during the Classical Age dated to circa 3rd century BC. Later, Oman had links with Indians throughout the Gujarat and with Tamilagam along the Malabar coast. Kerala and Oman share a deep, over 1,000-year relationship rooted in maritime trade, specifically in spices, horses, and textiles. Today, this connection is solidified by large Kerala diaspora in Oman. The relationship focuses on trade, investment, and cultural exchange, with recent high-level visits emphasizing further cooperation in tourism and business. The Indian-Oman Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, CEPA, signed on 18 December 2025, marks a significant milestone in strengthening the bilateral economic ties between India and Oman. It is slated to come into effect from March 2026, pending final legal ratification procedures. CEPA also received ratification from Oman's House of Parliament. The agreement brings together in goods and services, investment, professional mobility, and regulatory cooperation under a single coherent framework aimed at deepening bilateral integration. The agreement seeks to unlock new opportunities for labor-intensive sectors, services, and emerging areas of cooperation. The agreement is expected to substantially enhance trade flows, promote investment, and create new avenues of collaboration across sectors. The CEPA provides significant tariff reductions and improved market access while reinforcing Oman's strategic role as a gateway to the GCC region, Central Asia, and East Africa. The agreement opens up promising opportunity to sectors such as IT, healthcare, engineering goods, plastics, pharmaceuticals, chemicals, textiles, education, oil and natural gas, food processing, including marine products, logistics, tourism, and much more. It is also expected to catalyze. Sorry about it. It's also expected to catalyze two-way investment and foster stronger economic cooperation between two nations. CEPA is also expected to showcase key gains in services. Many of the above sectors, and most importantly, service sector of Kerala, has very high stake with Oman. At FICCI, our constant endeavor is to serve a bridge between the industry, government, and the global partners to ensure that such opportunities translate into tangible growth for business on the ground. Through the seminar, we aim to facilitate informed dialogue on how business community and investors from India and Oman can prepare for CEPA framework, address technical and regulatory challenges, and identify the specific areas. Today, seminar aims to provide exporters and business community with insights into provisions of benefits of CEPA, highlight trade and investment opportunities under the agreement. The seminar would enable stakeholders to explore partnership and expand their global footprint. I know our eminent personalities and speakers will be elaborately touching upon these topics. With this, I now take the opportunity to extend a warm welcome to key dignitaries speakers to the event. His Excellency G.V. Srinivas, Ambassador to India to Sultanate of Oman, Embassy of India, Oman. His Excellency will be addressing us in the program after the warm welcome. His Excellency Mehboob Isa Al Raisi, Consulate General of Sultanate of Oman, Mumbai. His Excellency will be addressing to to us after this program. Mr. APM Mohammad Hanish, IAS Additional Chief Secretary, Industries and Commerce, Government of Kerala. I extend a warm welcome to you, sir. Mr. Abdul Latif Upala, Board Member, Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industries, Chairman for Foreign Investment Committee. A warm welcome to you, sir. Dr. James Nedumbara, Professor and Head, Center for Trade and Investment Law, CTIL, is the main supporting partner for the event, and FICCI has been collaborating with CTIL in conducting various awareness sessions with CTIL in India. Warm welcome to Dr. James. Dr. N.M. Sharafuddin, Chairman, Indo-Gulf and Middle East Chamber of Commerce. I extend a warm welcome to Dr. N.M. Sharafuddin, our supporting partner of the event. Mr. Savio Matthew, Head FICCI Kerala Council. I also welcome eminent speakers of the session who would also be addressing us during the program, some of them physically and others virtually. They will be introduced elaborately prior their presentations. To name them, Dr. Davis Kallukaran, Deputy Foreign Investment Committee, Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Dr. P. Muhammad Ali, Founder, Gulfar Group. I think he's joining online. Dr. M.I. Sahadullah, Group Chairman, Managing Director, Kim's Health. He's also joining online. Siddiq Ahmad, Chairman, Managing Director, Eram Group. Mr. Sharaz Anwar, Director, Abad Group. Mr. Anirudh Shankar, Senior Official, DGFT, Cochin. Mr. Yusuf Hamad Al-Balushi, Economic Advisor, Research Analyst, Oman. Mr. Yaqub Nazir Khamis Al-Saibi, Renewable Energy Investment Relations Specialist, connecting global investors with high-impact opportunities in Oman. Member, National Negotiation Team, representative of Oman Public Authority for Special Economic Zones and Free Trade Zones. Mr. Rashid Rajwanshi, Senior Research Fellow, Center for Trade and Investment Law. Mr. Tadgata Chowdhury, Associate for Center and Trade and Investment Law. I also welcome other eminent guests from Oman, Mr. Ahmad Al-Akak, Chief Executive Officer, Special Economic Zone at Dukam Free Zone, at Mr. Al-Yakudhan, Muhammad Zahir Al-Sukhaili, Official Smart Investment Gateway, Mr. Jim Joseph Itti, Partner, Corporate Finance and Assurance, Associate Partner, Crow Oman. I also welcome the officials from Kerala, Government of Kerala, INMECC, FICCI, and all the distinguished invitees from the industry and trade. Once again, I welcome you all and wish you the deliberations today a great success. Thank you.
Thank you, Cherry M. George, Co-Chair FICCI Kerala State Council and All-Time Director Harrison Malayalam Limited and CEO Harrison Malayalam Limited for the formal welcome address. I would now request Dr. N.M. Sharafuddin, Founder, Chairman, INMAC and the Indo-Gulf of Commerce, and also the founder of Omega Oscon Group and Jobs Omega for the opening remarks.
Mr. Cherian M. George, Co-Chair FICCI, Mr. APM Mohammad Hanish, Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Kerala Industries, Mr. G.V. Srinivas, Ambassador of India to Sultanate of Oman, His Excellency Mahbub Isa Al-Raisi, Consul General, Sultanate of Oman to India, Mr. Abdul Latif Upala, Dr. James Nedumbara, and other distinguished guests and participants. Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. I feel so proud and glad to be here, to stand before you, to open this wonderful seminar, and the very first seminar on leveraging Cepa India-Oman agreement. I must thank Mr. Fiki and its officials also to make us associated with this wonderful gathering and the discussions to start with. We have very distinguished, high-profile delegates from Oman, whom I would like to recognize by name and by giving a bouquet to them. Of course, to start with, Mr. Abdul Latif Uppala is the first director, an expat director ever elected as a director to the board of OCCI. And we have Mr. Yarub Nazal Khamis. He's a senior project manager, Investment Oman, also serving as renewable energy investor relations specialist. Thank you for joining us. Al Yaqdan Muhammad Zahir, logistic engineer, R&D focused on project and specialist, Minister of Labor, Oman. Dr. Yusuf Mohammad Hamid, value-centered executive leader, board member, strategy consultant, business mentor, and economic advisor. Engineer Ahmad Ali Akak, Chief Executive Officer, Special Economic Zone, Dukham, Sultanate of Oman. And we have also Mr. Jim Joseph Itti, partner, corporate finance and assurance, Crow India, who came from Oman to participate in this. Mr. APM Mohammed Hanish IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Industries, Government of Kerala. The man really proved new investors and are happily coming to Kerala, especially after Kerala Investment Meet held last year. 55,000 crores of investments from promised 181,000 crores already came and started executing, creating an employment of 66,000 in this short span of time. And he's the person, he's the man who made it possible. And we have all seen that the presence of Kerala is also visible. These last 2 years, even in Davos, the world event in Switzerland, which has made Kerala a very big name among investing destinations. To encourage exporting from India, recently central government has declared an export support of 25,000 crores as loans and subsidies. Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, when addressing the Omani leaders in Muscat on 18th December 2025, announced the new areas opening up by introducing comprehensive economic partnership agreement between Sultanate of Oman and India. New opportunities in all segments of investment, employment, new partnership and many progress development, improving the economic DNA of the countries, both the countries. India is moving towards the paperless process, the cashless economy to take over relationship to the next level. He said, we would also focus on green energy, green hydrogen, and new engineering security. We both will be working towards an India-Oman agri-innovation to create wide platform in India-Oman startups and cross-border value funds. Honorable Prime Minister extended an invitation to invest innovative and build the future together. Signed on December 18, 2025, the Indian-Oman Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement represents a strategic upgrade to one of India's oldest friendships in the Gulf. As of February 2026, the agreement has been in the early implementation phase, aiming brilliant beyond its current $10 billion mark. Let us briefly analyze the potential and the possibilities it creates for industrial and commercial sectors. Industrial impact, that is a duty-free era. The most significant industrial lever in the CEPA is the elimination of tariffs. Oman has granted immediate duty-free access to 98.08% of its tariff lines, covering nearly 99.4% of Indian exports by value. Manufacturing hubs. Indian manufacturers in sectors like textiles, leather, and engineering goods no longer pay 5% of average tariff. This makes India or Indian made machinery and electronics more competitive against the global rivals in the market. Pharmaceutical devices. Oman has waived off duties on key finished medicines and surgical equipment. This is a massive win for India's pharmacy of the world status, especially for public procurement in Oman. Petrochemical and sea plastics. With Oman being a major producer of raw materials, Indian plastic manufacturers can import feedstock more cheaply while finished Indian plastic products enter Oman without any barriers. Commercial and service sectors. The $12 billion US opportunity. The agreement is just about boxes. It's about Oman's global services import market is valued at over $12.5 billion US, and India is now positioned to capture a much larger slice of it. Sectors like potential and possible IT digital, India Tech, or Indian tech giants can now digitization projects with fewer regulatory. This is also one of the most advantageous. A first of its kind health service promotes and medical value travel. Education. Indian universities are looking for setting up offshore campuses in Oman, catering to the large diaspora and the local Omani students. Professional mobility. The cost for Indian managers and the special has increased to 20 to 50%, and contractual stays are extended up to strategic commercial offers specific structure benefits that go beyond simple buying and selling. The gateway of Africa, port of Dukham through Oman's strategic location allows Indian companies to use Omani ports and free zones and re-export base to reach the wider Gulf, East Africa, and European areas. Joint ventures, there are over 6,000 India-Oman JVs currently. The CEPA allows 100% FDI by Indian companies in major Omani services sectors through a commercial service. Investment protection. The agreement provides a predictable legal framework reducing the sovereign tax for Indian investors in Oman energy and green hydrogen projects also. Key sectors set for growth. Energy and green hydrogen. India is looking to Oman for green ammonia and green hydrogen technology transfers. Agriculture and marine products. Immediate zero duty access for Indian basmati rice, fruits, and seafood. Previously, it was taxed 5%. Gems and jewelry. While India protected its own gold market, finished Indian jewelry exports to Oman are now much more affordable. And there is some exclusions also we have to note. To protect domestic interests, India has kept sensitive items like dairy, tea, coffee, rubber, and gold, silver bullion on its exclusion list, meaning tariffs on these products will remain as it is. So looking for a revolutionary progress and the attitudinal changes that we can both adopt, and we, India and Oman, can go a long way in making things much faster and much easier and much growing stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. N. Sharafuddin, Chairman, Inter-Gulf Middle East Chamber of Commerce, for the opening address and also slightly touching upon the important aspects of India-Oman Cepa. Now we have with us Sri APM Mamdanish, IAS Additional Chief Secretary, Industry Department, Government of Kerala. Must be all familiar with the Additional Chief Secretary, Henry sir, but just for the convenience of participants joining online, brief introduction only virtually also. Sir is the IAS 96 batch, and he currently is the Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Kerala Industries Department. He also held various important positions like General Education, Health, Family Welfare, Ayush, Urban Affairs, and also Cochin Metro Rail Limited, and so on and so on. He's been in a very dynamic Principal Secretary. In fact, Kerala has been consecutively last 2 years is the ranking first in the ease of doing business on the all India level, and the most of the credit goes to our Minister Sri Rajivan along with Sri Principal Jamadanish sir. So a very warm welcome, sir, and over to you, sir, for the keynote address.
His Excellency Mr. G.V. Srinivas, Ambassador of India to the Sultanate of Oman, His Excellency Mahbub Isa Raisi, Consul General, Consulate General of the Sultanate of Oman in Mumbai, distinguished personalities on the dais, Mr. Cherian M. George, Co-Chair FICCI, and my regular partner in all plantation-related matters, Dr. N.M. Sharafuddin, good friend, Chairman, Indo-Gulf and Middle East Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Abdul Latif Uppala, Board Member, Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and the Chairman of the Foreign Investment Committee, and the omnipresent Savio Matthew, good friend, Mr. James J. Nedubara, distinguished personalities from the field of industries and commerce for the Sultanate of Oman, expatriates or non-resident Indians from Mr. Davies and others from Oman, ladies and gentlemen. The Government of India and the country of India, in its relentless pursuit towards integrating completely with the global market, has moved at amazing speed. FTA after FTA, comprehensive treaty after comprehensive treaty, across Asia, Europe, and Africa, and to an extent in South America, have been signed. This has opened up tremendous deal of opportunities for industries, trade and commerce across different states in this country. Products differ from country to country. Matters of commonality definitely need to be looked at with a great deal of finesse and skill, because it matters to both the countries. But in various products and services, when one country is found to be perched at a higher level, you can certainly provide that to the other party, and vice versa. This has been the way global commerce has been expanding, and also the ways, the tools by which the economic diplomacy has been actually unfolding in this 21st century. There have been no barriers as such in the last 20 or 30 years. And in fact, every artificial barrier of trade and commerce, except for the reserved category, or rather what we call the protected category, exists. This is especially so when you have such enormous deal of emphasis on the plantation crops and traditional cropping sector in the state of Kerala. A lot of talk had already gone on for decades together about the impact of the ASEAN agreement. Therefore, learning from these experiences, and also learning from the kind of enormous wisdom that's collected as a result of the signing of different agreements across the globe, one tends to be as sector-specific as possible, product-specific as possible, so that a win-win situation is created. Sovereign entities across the globe would definitely welcome it. This is how trade expands. This is how commerce expands. And in this kind of a context, as far as the country of India is concerned, from Gujarat in the east to Arunachal Pradesh, from Gujarat in the west to Arunachal Pradesh in the east, and Jammu and Kashmir in the north to Kerala in the south, the enormous deal of opportunities that are available are too many to be counted upon. But then products differ from state to state, region to region. Those products that are found to be unique, those services that are found to be unique to the state of Kerala need to be highlighted in the limited context of this seminar as well, even if one were to look at the larger picture. As Additional Chief Secretary of the Department of Commerce and Industry, Government of Kerala, I have seen the kind of tremendous enthusiasm and interest that have been focused on Kerala in 6 or 7 areas, which can really be called the niche areas as far as Kerala is concerned. We need not actually spread the butter everywhere. Let us not spread it too thin either, because ultimately it doesn't favor anybody. If I were to compete with Tamil Nadu, for instance, in terms of the large-scale manufacturing, I would just end up with a wounded face altogether. I would never win, because the kind of the variables over there, the kind of infra over there, in terms of that particular sector, is absolutely at a higher level in compared to Kerala. But then when you look at the high-tech industry, the talent pool, and the knowledge-based miniature industries as such, Kerala definitely comes on top. This is the kind of distinction we need to make between different developing economies across the globe. India and Oman especially being at the southernmost tip of the Gulf Peninsula, had always been historically so close. As we say, from Gujarat, you take a small dhow and go on to the other part of the sea and you reach Oman. Centuries back, these relationships began with a trade of gems and pearls and so many other things. Here in Kerala, we have had enormous deal of emphasis in terms of the trade, in terms of infra development. One of our pioneers in Oman in infra development has been a son of the soil, Mr. Gulfar Muhammad Ali. All of us know quite well. And then we have Mr. Abdul Latif Uppala also, who has been very active in the health sector, health sector in the country of Oman. And centuries passed by, thousands and thousands of expatriates made it their home. The enormous possibilities of this huge country, which almost has the size of Uttar Pradesh, one of our biggest states, is very much to be recounted here. When we look at the kind of potential that has been unleashed as a result of the signing of this comprehensive economic partnership agreement, and what does it mean all about for export services and jobs, which was signed in December 2025. And today I understand quite well that the bilateral trade, it stood at US dollars 10.61 billion in 24-25. And today India has secured 100% duty-free market access to in Oman across 98.08% of the tariff lines. When I look at the entire spectrum of the Indo-Oman economic engagement, which has been happening for decades, happening for centuries together, but which needs to be structured a bit more with finesse. What can Kerala offer? Kerala's strengths have been in the medtech sector. It has been in the value additions that have been brought about to the agricultural products, the food processing to be precise. It has been doing exceedingly well in terms of the maritime sector. It has done quite well in the IT and IT-enabled services, and also not to speak about Ayurveda and hospitality and the healthcare as well. So that merchandise trade as well as the services trade, especially the kind of professionals who have been working over there in absolutely top positions in the country and with which the economies of both countries have prospered, has been immense. Now we have this market offices access has been provided in engineering goods and pharmaceuticals and marine products, agriculture and processed food, and chemicals and textiles, and electronics, plastics, gems and jewelry, which has been age-old, and the service, investment and professional mobility that follows as well. Now when I look at the whole thing, certainly we have that kind of potential to multiply rather I would say double the present quantum of the trade that has been transacted between the two countries. Amongst the GCC countries, Oman has the size, has the scale, and also the bigness of the economy, which can certainly accommodate or absorb the products and services that Kerala can offer. I was just talking to my friends, the colleagues in Oman, about the kind of accessibility in terms of the cargo movement that can happen between Cochin and the southern parts of Oman and Calicut and southern parts of Oman. In terms of distance, we always toyed with this idea of a cargo movement between Calicut and the southern part, Salalah, because it's the closest in terms of the maritime distance. I would also bring, invite your attention to the various glittering facts which have happened to the state of Kerala in the sphere of industries and commerce. From 2022, we had given the push towards, tremendous deal of push towards the growth of micro, small, medium enterprises. 400,000 new MSMEs have come about after 22 April 1st. This has been followed by the liberalization of the land rules and the introduction of the private industrial estate parks, where one person or group of persons with 10 to 15 acres can certainly come to have a private industrial park, which would have all the facilities, all the amnesty, all the exemptions of a government industrial park. Just to name a particular program of the government. More than that, we've always been looking at the kind of, the great deal of growth that has happened in terms of the various sector-specific projects that have been brought in. Invest Kerala Global Summit, which was conducted after so many years in 2025, had finally 449 proposals that were serious and genuine. I'm happy to inform the audience that out of the 449, 120 plus projects have taken off from the ground level. That's the construction stage. That's something like 25% plus. Compare that with various states that have conducted global summits. And all of us know quite well the conversion rate has been 5 to 10%, a maximum of 15%. But today we need to step further, beyond MSMEs, beyond the locally grown industries towards global partners, national partners to come in. That's where ultimately the herd mentality of the global industry comes in. We need to have that. For that, we need your helping hand. And today, after the Invest Kerala Global Summit, we began to participate in the World Economic Forum in Davos in Switzerland as well in 2025 as well as 2026. As a participant, I can easily vouch for the fact that 5 or 6 areas and the green energy and the green technology, green industry concept that Kerala has engendered, promoted with the country's first ESG policy among the Indian states has attracted investors from far and wide. Today we can be proud about the fact that in terms of foreseeing the rosy future, in terms of seeing for ourselves a healthy future, Kerala has introduced the environmental social governance philosophy and the policy for the first time among every other Indian state. And the incentives and the tax benefits that flow are immense. The 2023 industrial policy that was made in 2023 by the government of Kerala provides 18 incentives. Now, beyond that scale of 18 incentives, given the investment potential and given the employment generation potential, n number of incentives are possible with the Investment Promotion Board statutorily created under the chairmanship of the Honorable Chief Minister, Government of Kerala. And also it has the Executive Committee headed by the Honorable Chief Secretary, Government of Kerala, to see to it that every approval is given within 30 days' time. So I would only state that with the kind of agreement, the economic agreement that has come over, ensuring, facilitating a great deal of smooth, seamless movement of trade, movement of services between the two countries. It would become all the more easier for joint ventures, public-private partnerships, or rather equity participation in different entities over here and vice versa. And for that, I'm so happy that FICCI and INMEC together have conducted this program. And I believe that with the presence of titans in the industry over here, and also the knowledgeable persons and persons in important positions of power in India as well as Oman, we should be able to take it forward. I wish all that is well. We definitely look forward to greater participation from the GCC countries with which we have a historic relationship. As all of us know, the size of the Kerala diaspora, or the Malayali diaspora as we say, is huge. And the way in which it has contributed to the economies of Oman or United Arab Emirates or Saudi Arabia or Kuwait or Bahrain or Qatar are there for everyone to see. And also about the kind of enormous deal of assistance that has been provided by the GCC countries for the prosperity and well-being of the Keralites and the state of Keralam, as we call it today. We have made a difference in terms of the name. Now it shall be called Keralam. So with these words, I thank all of you to have invited me for this function and also for seeing to it that we should create an action plan as to what exactly can be delivered, what exactly can be not just promised, brought to the ground, at least by December 31, 2026. This should be the pledge with which we should part from here, so that when we meet later, it would not be empty talk that would certainly surface. It should be concrete, substantive dialogues based on very seminal points of trade and commerce. Thank you very much, and all the best, and may Almighty bless all of us.
Thank you, Mr. A.P. Mahmood Anish, IAS Additional Chief Secretary, Industry Department, Government of Kerala, for the keynote address, and also touching upon the strength of Kerala and how the Oman-India CPA agreement can take forward with the collaboration between India and Oman in the coming months. His Excellency Mr. G.V. Srinivas, Ambassador of India, Sultan of Oman, Ambassador, will be addressing towards the end of the program only, as per His Excellency request. But we have His Excellency Mahmood Iza Al Raisa, Consulate General of Sultanate of Oman, Mumbai. He has joined on virtually. So I would request His Excellency to address the gathering.
Two friendly nations. This agreement comes as a result of continued dialogue and shared commitment to enhance bilateral trade and investment. It reflects the long-standing historical ties between Oman and India and their common vision of achieving sustainable economic growth through strategic partnership. The agreement was signed within the framework of ongoing efforts to establish a comprehensive economic partnership that facilitates trade and encourages economic integration. The anticipated benefits of this agreement are considerable. It is expected to increase trade exchange by reducing tariffs and improving market access for goods and services. In addition, it will promote investment opportunities across vital sectors, such as energy, logistics, industry, and technology. The agreement will also contribute to economic diversification, supporting the Oman development goals, while enabling India to expand its commercial presence in regional markets. Moreover, the agreement is likely to enhance the business environment through simplified customs procedures and regulatory cooperation, thereby encouraging innovation creating employment opportunities, and strengthening private sector collaboration in both countries. In conclusion, this trade agreement stands as a testament to the strong partnership between Oman and India and their shared determination to achieve economic prosperity and long-term development for the benefit of our peoples. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, His Excellency Mahmoud Isa Al Raisi, Council General of the Sultanate of Oman, Mumbai, for addressing the gathering and also emphasizing the importance of CEPA agreement. Thank you, sir. Now we move to the address by Mr. Abdul Latif Upala, Board Member, Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Chairman for Investment Committee. Thereafter, Dr. James will give the theme presentation on India-Oman Cepa.
All distinguished guests on the dais and off the dais, and all the leaders of the FICI and IMAC, and my Omani colleagues and all. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Good morning, everybody. Today, really, I'm very proud and very happy. I'm standing in front of you in my own country, my own state, like Dr. Anis told, our own Kerala. In my own state, I'm standing in front of you as a representative from Oman. That is the highlight. As a Keralite is an Indian, but I'm representing Oman. And I'm one of the first in the history of Oman, one of the first board member of Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry elected board member of Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry. His Majesty Sultan Aitham bin Tariq Aflallah Maraha is given an opportunity for the experts. That itself, it is showing the difference in between Oman and other countries. Because Oman always is something is special, I can say that. Last 25 years, I am staying in Oman. CEPA and all we can talk in later. That Dr. Yusuf and other team, this is the CEO from the Cesar and other, all they will talk about the CEPA and all. And Dr. Mohammad Aris is given a very good lecture on in this and what is the potential in Kerala also he mentioned. But I want to share my experience in Oman, how it is. That is the main experience, I can say that. So I become a board member of Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry. As you know, all the chambers, there is some subcommittees are there. One of the subcommittees is called Foreign Investment Committee. I'm the chairman for that committee, and Mr. Davis is the deputy chairman for that Foreign Investment Committee in Oman Chamber of Commerce. So our duty to attract the investor to Oman, how we can become improve the Oman economic zone and these things. So as a foreign investment committee, we can do much more who are willing to come to do the business in Oman. And we are available 24 hours, our duty for that, and big team is working for that. And I think after this section, there is a B2B meeting, and myself and Dr. Davis is also available. If you want our support or anything, anyone want to come to Oman, you want to start a business in there. So there's full-time, our support is there. CEPA, leave it. CEPA is really more than a trade agreement. That is one of the, that is the opportunity. Now we have to do the things. CEPA is something is different. They will explain all in other speech, and in the session also they will explain you more. But more than that, I am doing business there last 25 years. As I told, I'm in the healthcare industry. I have around 14 hospitals in Oman. Similar type of in Bahrain, Saudi also. In Bahrain I have 10 centers. In Saudi also I am golden visa holder. In Bahrain I am golden visa holder. I have business in Kuwait also similarly. And UAE also I am golden visa holder. But I like to settle with my family. My house is in Oman. I like to stay in Oman. That is the difference of Oman. And the Omanis they are totally high. I'm saying, I have business in across the GCC and other country as well. But Oman is only the country I see in the rich country, not by economically, maybe that is a different part, but from the heart, Oman is a highly rich country. We can reach and we can approach anyone to any time. That is the highlight of Oman. So what I'm saying, anyone like to come to Oman, we are with you. The Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry, our delegation team is there, and from the Foreign Investment Committee, we are heading that. So any assistance, any support, anyone want to come, we are always there and welcome to Oman. മലയാളത്തിൽ 2 വാക്ക് പറഞ്ഞില്ലെങ്കിൽ എനിക്ക് സമാധാനമാവില്ല, കാരണം കേരളത്തിലല്ലേ അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ പറയാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നത് കൂടുതലും മലയാളികളാണുള്ളത് കൊണ്ട് ഏത് സമയത്തും യു ക്യാൻ കം ടു ഒമാൻ. ഒമാനിലേക്ക് എപ്പോഴും വരുമ്പോഴും ഞങ്ങൾ അസിസ്റ്റൻസ്, ഞങ്ങളുടെ സർവീസ് വിത്ത് യു എപ്പോഴും ഉണ്ടാവും. ഹൗ ടു ഡു ബിസിനസ് എങ്ങനെ ചെയ്യണമെന്നൊക്കെ നമ്മൾക്ക് ഇത് ചെയ്യാം. ഐ എം വിഷിംഗ് ഓൾ ദ സക്സസ് ഫോർ ദിസ് ഇവൻറ്റ് ആൻഡ് ഐ ഹോപ്പ് ദിസ് സെമിനാർ വിൽ ബ്രിങ് എ മോർ ഫ്രൂട്ട്ഫുൾ result in future also. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abdul Latif Upala, Board Member, Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and Chairman, Foreign Investment Committee, for addressing the participants. Also, he will also be part of the panel discussion later on. Now we move to Dr. James Nedumpara, Professor, Head, Center for Trade and Investment Law. Initially, we already mentioned that the CTL is supporting FICCI in conducting various FTA programs, various parts of the country. Thank you, CTL, for the same. For the awareness of participants, Mr. James Nedumpara is a Professor and Head of the Center for International Trade and Investment Law, as well as a WTO India Chairholder at the Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, New Delhi. Professor James received PhD from National Law School of Indian University, Bangalore, and holds master's degree in law from the University of Cambridge, New York University School of Law, as well as the National University of Singapore. He has a very significant experience in trade and investment treaty negotiation, has played and still playing a key role in negotiating India's recent FTS. Over to Dr. James for.
How does it, I think you can start it. So thank you, Mr. Savio Matthew, Head of FICCI Kerala State Council, His Excellency Mr. G.V. Srinivas, Ambassador of India to the Sultanate of Oman, Mr. Mahbub Isa Al Raisi, General Counsel, Consulate General of the Sultanate of Oman, Mr. Abdul Latif Upala, Board Member, Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Cherian George, Co-Chair, Federation of the Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Shahabuddin, Chairman, India Gulf Middle East Chamber of Commerce, distinguished participants from Oman and India, and also my friends in Kerala. So it is always a great, I think, joy and pleasure to come to Cochin and talk about an agreement that we signed in December last year. This agreement hasn't entered into force. And I should say that our center, which is established by the Minister of Commerce and Industry, played a pivotal role in this negotiation. And I should say that the whole momentum basically shifted in 2021-2022, when India signed a free trade agreement, a comprehensive free trade agreement with the UAE. And that negotiation was completed in 88 days. So I should also tell you that if you really look at the last negotiation that India had, the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement with the RCEP countries, that nearly took 9 years and 30 rounds, and ultimately India did not join the trade round. So it basically marked a major shift, I would actually say a seismic shift in India's trade policy engagements. So immediately after signing this agreement, India signed an agreement with Australia, a comprehensive agreement with Australia in 2022. Immediately India started negotiation with the European Union, which was actually languishing for nearly 16 years at that time. India entered into a trade negotiation with UK, which got completed in 2024, and we signed this agreement. It is yet to enter into force. We completed the agreement with European Union, again a very comprehensive agreement. Completed an agreement with New Zealand. So why all these free trade agreements are extremely important? So we are living in a very volatile and fragile world. Earlier we thought that the WTO related multilateral framework would provide stability to the business. So when you export your shipment, you know that your product would get an X amount of rate in the foreign country, in the importing country. Now that certainty is guarantee is no more existent. And also India realized that given our structural problems, we may have difficulty in gaining substantially from the agreements that we signed with the East Asian countries. You know that from 2004 onwards, India signed agreements with Singapore, with South Korea, with Japan, with Malaysia, with ASEAN. These agreements were actually in a way quite important agreements, but because of certain structural issues in our own economy and the competitive nature of their economies, and also certain use of non-market policies by these countries, we also suffered to an extent. So that is why it marked a significant shift. But I should tell you that the agreement with Oman is very important, in the sense that our relationship with the GCC region has basically become very vital. It has become a very strong relationship. Some of you might have noted that India signed the initiation of a negotiation, the terms of reference of a negotiation with the GCC very recently, almost a few weeks ago. So that means India sees a huge amount of potential in the Middle East region, traditional allies, and a lot of Indian people work in these countries as well. That was the point Mr. Hanish was speaking about. A large number of Indian diaspora is contributing to the growth of these economies, and there is a great people-to-people participation. So in my short presentation, I will actually take you, in fact, we have got longer presentations by my colleague Ridesh and Tathagat on some of the finer aspects of the agreement, but I will give you a kind of a bird's eye view, a snapshot of this agreement. Yeah. Where should I press? Oh, this one, thank you. So let me actually put this in context. This negotiation actually started in November 2023. And we wanted to complete the agreement within a very short period of time. But trade negotiations are intrinsically very complex. So at the end of the day, when we completed this agreement, signed this agreement in December 2025, this agreement has got 16 chapters. It covers a variety of issues. So typically in a trade agreement, you have got the most important element, which is actually your goods, your merchandise. And what actually happens in a trade agreement, both countries provide a reciprocal market access. And the objective is to provide elimination of tariffs. Elimination means the tariff will come to zero on a bulk of the items on the entry into force. So when the agreement comes into force, most of the duties will come to zero. Then every country has got sensitivity on certain products. On those items, countries will either take a kind of a carve out, it is called the exclusion list. Sometimes people refer to that as a sensitive list, or sometimes it is called the negative list. They are all the same. So if a product is included in the sensitive or in the negative list, it will not be subject to tariff reduction or elimination. But the very purpose of a free trade agreement is to eliminate tariff over a period of time on substantially all trade. And you have to also remember that the trade deals which President Trump has been signing in recent times is not a typical trade agreement, because one country doesn't actually reduce duties to zero, which is namely the United States, and other countries may reduce duties on not on all items but on some of the items. So substantially all trade is very important. Then we really look at the depth of the relationship. The bilateral trade is actually around 10.5 billion. That is quite high. So in a trade agreement, sometimes when you really look at the nature and quality of the agreement, the coverage is very important. So I said some of the modern trade agreements may have very limited market access coverage. This agreement that India has signed with Oman provides 98.08% of the tariff lines. So that means it is substantially including all the tariff lines. In terms of value, so far as India is concerned, it is 99%. So this is with respect to what Oman is offering for India. And in the case of India, we know that we are a very diverse economy. We have got sensitivities. So generally speaking, also given our development status, we take slightly less amount of commitment, but it is still coming to around 94% of tariff lines. So the good point is that there is a low percentage of duty-free items. And secondly, it expands the number of products which may be put under the entry into force. So this is something which you may have to really understand from a trade point of view. How many products are coming to zero rate on the entry into force? And this technical jargon is called the EAF. So on EAF, on day one, how much are you getting? This is quite good. So in my next slide, I will talk about the tariff profile of both the countries as well. So now we know that this trade agreement is extremely important because we know that the world trade is actually becoming more protectionist. If you look at some of the developments happening in Europe, developments happening in the United States, and many big, the big advanced market, they are coming with all categories of protection. In the United States, the US government has taken something called the Section 232 action. So Section 232 basically means on Chapter 72, which is basically the steel items, the duties have gone up to 50%. It was earlier 25% on steel and 10% on aluminum. Now it has actually gone up to 50%. So it is substantially high. In the European Union for the last 10 years or almost 8 years from 2017 onwards, they have been putting global tariff quota on steel. So now in 2026, they are coming up with again, they were having a safeguard measure, now they are going with a global quota. So what I'm trying to say here is that trade in most of the commodities will become extremely hard in the times to come. And the WTO agreement, which we typically rely upon, has lost a bit of its relevance because many countries are raising duties at will. So that is why trade agreements are extremely important. So now from an Indian's point of view, what is actually India's major demand? We know that in any trade agreement, India focuses on labor-intensive items. So India's traditional strength, as Mr. Hanish also mentioned and many other people mentioned, our major strength is actually in engineering products. If you look at our export profile, we are very good in engineering items. We are very good in chemicals, plastics and other items, and petroleum items in particular. We are very good in pharmaceutical products, very good in gems and jewelry, very good in spices and other items. Not in every agriculture commodity, but in certain agriculture commodities, we are pretty good. Then we also have good advantage in leather items. Textiles and clothing is traditionally India's strength, but we know that the East Asian competition has been extremely high in recent times. So if we do not enter into an agreement, we have a competitive disadvantage as well. In the case of Oman, the tariff profile is not very high. So in terms of market access, India may, in terms of the differential, India may not be getting much. But if you really look at the coverage and the scope of the agreement is substantial. And we also believe that trade agreement is actually a win-win game. In the case of India, the Indian tariff is fairly high. We know that for industrial products, our average applied rate is 17%. On industrial products, our average applied rate on agriculture products is around 39%. So Oman can also get certain kind of a share in the Indian market for sure. So it is also attractive for Oman at the same time. But the important point, I think this is a point Mr. Latif also mentioned, that we also have got certain kind of sensitivities in certain sectors. So traditionally in some of these traditional sectors like dairy, agriculture, cereals, etc., rice and wheat, we also have got concerns and sensitivities, and they're kept outside the agreement. So this is one point which I wanted to mention. I also mentioned about vaccines, medicines, and medical devices. We know that our major strength is in generic manufacturing. Again, if you really look at the world, the Trump tariffs have actually hit even the pharmaceutical sector. So there is a Section 232 investigation happening on pharmaceutical sector in the United States. On electronics as well, the situation is becoming very difficult globally. And India at the moment is becoming a major hub for electronics. Smartphones in particular, we know that in the last few years, based upon our PLA schemes and Atman Bharat policy, India has become a major exporter of ICT goods. Another important product that we should be thinking about is basically the solar cells and modules. So we know that, so Mr. Hanish was talking about the ESG, environmental social governance. And the shift is towards the greener forms of energy, less carbon intensive use of energy. And India has made a major footprint in the production of solar cells and modules in the country. So that is a very important point. So Oman is again a very growing market in this particular field, and India's share at the moment is fairly slow, and I feel that there is tremendous potential in that category. Another important item which I mentioned is basically chemicals. Chemicals is one area where India is a fairly strong exporter. Now, so far as Kerala is concerned, I think everyone knows that Kerala is a very major, a competitive exporter of marine products. In particular, the vaname, shrimp and cuttlefish, etc. In these items as well, I think, in the US market, we were having anti-dumping investigations for the last 20 years. On top of that, we have got the reciprocal tariffs. So the situation is very tough for Indian marine exporters. The other markets like Japanese and the European markets are also stagnant to an extent. So we need greater markets, and we need diversification of markets as well. So that way this agreement is extremely important. Then I think one area where Kerala can be extremely competitive is basically the food processing industry. And that industry has seen a huge amount of investment in recent times, not very technologically intensive, but at the same time, we have got natural advantage in spices and condiments, etc. And the diaspora, which is our biggest advantage. Many of these people are living outside India, so there is a natural advantage. So these are some of the products which I would say where India has got an advantage. One is rice. Indian basmati rice is renowned world over, and it has got a great demand in those countries. Potatoes, fruits, tropical fruits, spices, condiments, fish, eggs. I think I was pretty surprised that Oman actually relies heavily on Indian eggs. And India is a major exporter of eggs to Oman, biscuits, honey, etc. So this is some of the items where we have got a huge competitive advantage. So now when we think about this agreement, I don't want to take too much of your time, but I would just want to mention that when we think about an agreement, the market access in goods is a very important part. The second important element is actually the rule of origin. So we know that any exporter can say that my product is coming from a particular country. So how do you establish the country of origin? So India had negotiated trade agreements in the past where we had got rules of origin. But now the rules of origin under the India-Oman agreement, especially in Annex 3B, I think, is very, very, very nuanced and very sophisticated. Earlier we had some general rules of origin, talking about wholly obtained products, CTH, CTSH, etc., general rules of origin, but now we have got product-specific rules of origin. In relation to steel and steel products, now there is something called a melt and pour. So if you want to get the benefit under the agreement, the steel product should have been molten and poured in the country of exportation. So that is actually a requirement. Again, the important point, I think this is something very important. A trade agreement is always dynamic. You sign an agreement based upon the inputs you receive from the stakeholders, but in 2 years' time, you may find whether the agreement is actually usable or not. So there is a review for PSR every 2 years, and that is a very important aspect of this agreement. The second is that the requirements and procedure for issuing country of origin certificates. So one concern with the Department of Commerce faces at the moment is the low utilization of trade agreements. So country has signed so many free trade agreements, but the business or the exporters may not know the existence of these agreements. And they do not know how to come up with a country of origin certificate. So if you really look at the agreement, you can go to the Department of Commerce, even the template of the country of origin certificate, who can issue the country of origin certificate, all these details are actually provided. So I encourage all of you to look at the website of the Department of Commerce and type in India-Oman Free Trade Agreement, all the details, including some of the templates, are very clearly mentioned over there. The next important point is basically SPS. So we know that, of course, tariffs are very important, and when we think about tariffs, we know they are very transparent mechanisms. But one important area of concern for most of the exporters is basically the SPS requirement. So if you are exporting bovine meat from the country, we know that there has been occurrence of the foot and mouth disease in the country. So many countries impose sometimes restrictions or prohibitions on bovine meat. Or if you look at poultry meat from the country, we know that we have got bird flu occurring in many parts of India, especially in Kerala also. I have seen it happening in Kuttanad and other places very often. So if there is an occurrence of bird flu, then countries come up with a restriction, a prohibition on the importation. So under the SPS agreement now there is a zoning and regionalization requirement. So long as the exporter can show that this product is coming from a risk-free area where there is no occurrence of this bird flu or the avian flu, then the product can be allowed in the exporting country. So again, this is subject to certification. Some self-certification will not normally do. You have to get it certified by the concerned agency. The other important point is that in many situations, one important point which I want to touch upon is MRL, maximum residual limit. So, this is a problem which we find on many products, on shrimp items, on tea. So we know that we grow tea in Munnar and other areas, but sometimes, there could be other external dust particles which may be appearing on the tea leaves. And the residual level of this tea may be beyond the tolerance level. And countries may put restrictions on these kind of things. So the one requirement under the SPS agreement is that any kind of a restriction is based upon a scientific basis. So you can't randomly come up with a restriction. Here has to be science-based. And the second important point is that there has to be audit, inspection, and import checks. So we have heard about a lot of stories where exporters send their shipments to foreign countries. Sometimes this product may be quarantined. They may find that the product is not fit for consumption, and they may sometimes ask the product to be destroyed. So these are all big costs to the businesses. So what is actually happening is that there is a particular provision under the, I don't remember the annex number. If a product has been certified by the Export Inspection Council, if it carries the Export Inspection Council certificate, that certificate will be supposed to be true and accurate certificate of the safety conditions of the product, and then we will be allowed into the country. So some of the shrimp items, poultry items, it doesn't have all the items, it has only a few items. So what is more important in the context of a free trade agreement is that if businesses face genuine and real difficulties in the foreign market because of a restriction or because of a lack of protocol, it is an occasion for the trade agreement to find a solution to it. So that is why trade agreements are always dynamic. It is not actually one size fit all agreement. When exporters and importers face difficulties, they come up with provisions or maybe solutions which can actually help us. So I remember, during this negotiation, marble was actually an issue. I don't know what happened, but sometimes Oman has got certain export restrictions on marble as well, and India had to rely upon Turkish marble. So these are the areas where I think both the countries have got huge amount of complementarities, and some of the existing barriers to trade can be basically ironed out in the course of the implementation. Another provision is basically the TBT. So TBT, the technical barriers to trade. The labeling on a particular product is a mandatory labeling on a product is a technical regulation. And these days, most of the exporters provide information about the entire, you can say, cradle to grave analysis of the product, the traceability, how the product is manufactured, where it is procured from, what is the shelf life. All this kind of information is basically provided. Sometimes it is a requirement as well. So the TBT agreement makes sure that countries do not bring in unnecessary barriers to trade. So there is in many cases the provision for signing mutual recognition agreement. I should also tell you that the major issue with respect to the TBT agreement is not the provisions of the technical regulations per se, but something called a conformity assessment. What is actually a conformity assessment? To give just an example, right? I may take my degree from the University of Kerala. I want to take up an employment in Oman. The Omanese authorities might not have actually recognized this degree. So if the degree is given by the qualified regulator in India, namely the UGC, and if there is a mutual recognition with the corresponding body in Oman, then the degrees will be automatically accepted. So for an economy like Kerala, the major strength is actually the service economy. Some of the qualifications, the eligibility, on all these things will have to be accepted by the other country. And we know that we have got regulators like the Medical Council of India, the Nursing Council of India. We have got a number of regulators. There is a provision in the agreement for these kind of regulatory authorities to have mutual recognition of qualifications and other things, which will reduce the trade barriers. And I should also say that in this agreement, there are three important annexes. One is actually the Pharma Annex. So we know that in the context of Pharma Annex, the regulatory process of selling or authorizing a pharmaceutical product is extremely complex. So what it provides for is that if an Indian pharmaceutical product has been approved by the regulator of an advanced country, for example, the US FDA or the European EMA, European Medical Authority, or the UK Medicine and Health Products Regulatory Authority, then the Indian, that particular certification will be considered in Oman. And a similar provision was there in the India-UAE agreement. So in many ways, this agreement is actually building on what we achieved in the India-UAE agreement. And this particular element has featured in many agreements as well. The next important is a halal certification annex. So we know that it basically facilitates the recognition of halal certificates. So not that anyone can provide a halal certificate, it has to be provided by a certified agency, an approved agency. In the context of India, it is the APIDA. So once that agency has given a certificate, then it has to be accepted by the other country. So as I mentioned earlier, like in the case of Export Inspection Council certificate as well, the agreement provides for facilitation. So that is a very important element. There is a similar annex on organic products as well. So next point I just want to mention here is that in a trade agreement we provide for facilitating trade, but sometimes the trade agreement can also lead to maybe an import surge in certain products. So sometimes you say that there is a massive import of certain products under the free trade agreement. I know that in the case of Kerala, pepper is a common product. They said that because of the India-Sri Lanka free trade agreement, the ungarbled pepper is coming in large quantities to Kerala. I don't know whether there is truth in that story, but if there is that kind of an unexpected surge in imports from a country, the agreement provides for using a mechanism called the bilateral safeguards mechanism. And the bilateral safeguards mechanism can be used only for a short period of time, but in this case, it provides for a permanent bilateral safeguards. That means even for the entire duration of this agreement, it provides for the use of bilateral safeguards. But again, there is a provision for a review mechanism built into the agreement. The next item is services. My colleague Tadagat is going to talk about this services issue. So I don't want to touch more about it. But services will be the most important element for our economy, especially Kerala's economy, because there is one item called medical services and traditional medicines. So it also covers various categories like nursing and many other professions where Indian service suppliers will be needed or required in Oman. And secondly, it also provides for medical travel. We know that among all the states in India, Kerala has got a definite advantage in high quality medical services. And I think many trading partners can also use our hospitals in order to get cheaper and more accessible medical care and well-being. So this is one important aspect of this particular agreement. So I think I have a few more things to say, but I think the time is limited. So I take this opportunity to thank my colleague, Mr. Xavier Matthew, for organizing this event even before the agreement has come into force. So that shows how committed and how keen FICCI has been in taking proactive measures. And I believe that Kerala has got definite advantage. We are much more export oriented than many other states in the country. And I believe that we have to establish our footprint, not just in manufacturing, but even in the services sector as well, including education, where we have got a definite advantage. And I thank you everyone for the attention, and also nice to see the colleagues from Oman and from other parts of the world as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. James Nedambara, Professor Head and Center for Trade Investment Law. So elaborately touching upon the Oman Cepa agreement and various sectors and provisions. We'll have some more PowerPoint presentation on the same also. Thank you, sir, for joining shortly today, early morning also, in face this busy schedule on various negotiations. And we are also glad to note that Dr. James Nedambara is from Kerala and holding such an important position in the negotiation of the government. Thank you, sir, for being with us. And with this, we are concluding the inaugural part that we know that we have slightly extended the time schedule because of the various reasons. So before moving out, I would request Sri Chiriam George, Co-Chair Federation Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, to hand over a small token of memento on behalf of the organizers to Dr. James Nedambara. Kindly be seated. We are continuing the session. We have very important session now coming up. So the inaugural session is over. We are moving to the panel session of where the industry leaders will be addressing. We have a very power-packed industry leaders addressing the sessions. And to take over the session, we have Dr. David Kollukaran. He's a fellow of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. He's the moderator of the session. He's the founder and managing partner of Crow Oman, a firm auditors and business advice established in Oman in 1995. The firm has 10 working partners, around 100 professionals in support of staff across various verticals: audit, assurance, taxation, business consulting, forensics, technology, hotel, travel, and leisure. And Davis is currently on the board of Oman American Business Council. Davis is also nominated as Deputy Chairman of the Foreign Investment Committee, Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Kindly be on the dais and take over the proceedings. I'm also briefly interested in introducing the other speakers of the panel. Dr. Muhammad Ali, founder Gulfar Group, everybody is familiar. Sir is joining virtually, and he'll be also coming physically towards the end of the program. Dr. Muhammad Ali is well-known business magnate, a civil engineer, and he has outreach to Abu Dhabi, Qatar, Kuwait, and India, and the group directly employs 65,000 persons of many nationalities. The group engagement covers the domains of civil industrial construction, oil and gas, roads and bridges, manufacturing, heavy equipment, electrical instrumentation, water, waste management, education, and hospitality. We welcome Dr. Muhammad Ali, sir. Also, we have another important personality, Dr. M.I. Shahidullah. He has joined virtually, and he'll be speaking virtually now also. He's a group chairman and managing director at KIMS Health. Dr. M.I. Shahidullah is the former chair of FICCI Kerala State Council also. And his expertise in internal medicine specialist and healthcare management expertise profession. He was a member of the faculty of the General Council of Medicine and Medical College, Government of Kerala, and worked in National Health Service UK, and also had training in the best medical centers in the United States. He has 25 years experience in Saudi Aramco and various hospitals. Actually, he is the founder, chairman, and managing director of KIMS Health Management Limited, KIMS Health. Currently, Dr. Shahidullah is leading a health workforce of 5,000 professionals across India and GCC countries with more than 1,000 bed strength. His passion for academic has led him to establish very strong academic research departments at KIMS, which runs 17 postdoctoral and DNB courses, nursing college, nursing schools, and paramedical institutions. Warm welcome, Dr. M.I. Shahidullah. Dr. Siddiq Ahmed also will be joining virtually, so we are reserving towards the end. Once he joins, I'll introduce him also. And also, I am introducing Dr. Abdul Latif Upala, board member. He was also there at the inaugural function. He's a board member of Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He's an Indian business par excellence with figures in many successful ventures. He started his career as a sailor and merchant navy, and strong business acumen vision he has spotted in the world of healthcare in the early 1990s. And having realized importance of good health and proceeded to set up the Badir Al Samama hospitals also. He has successfully set up 16 hospitals and polyclinics across GCC countries. And this man, he is currently chosen as first expatriate governing body member of Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry. At OCC, he is the chairman of Foreign Investment Committee. We also have with us physically Mr. Sharaf Anwar, Director, Abad Group. Sharaf Anwar is the fourth generation entrepreneur and the Director of the Abad Group's Seafood Division, part of family-run business headquarters in Kochi, India. He leads the company's seafood operation across the east and west coast of India and as well as Middle East, overseeing sourcing, processing and supply with a strong emphasis on quality, sustainability and international compliance. And finally, we have with us Mr. Anirudh Shankar, Consultant, DGFT Cochin. Mr. Shankar is a Senior Consultant of DGFT Cochin, currently placed at Kochi, and also our Director General of the JDFT and the additional DGFT could not make it due to important meetings, but we have with us Mr. Anirudh Shankar, Consultant DGFT. Warm welcome you, sir. With this, the panel is completed. Now I request Dr. Davis Kallakaran to take over the proceedings.
Good morning, everyone, especially our friends from Oman. Dr. Yusuf Al-Balushi is a well-known personality in Oman. He is an economic advisor. He is on the Vision 2040 of His Majesty. He is working with various organizations across Oman and a well-learned person. Every day I open the newspaper with a smiling face. He writes very often on all subjects. You can ask him anything under the sun. He is the expert on that. We are also joined by Mr. Ahmad Ali Hakak. He is the CEO of the most emerging and one of the important special economic zones for the government of Oman, that is the Dukam economic zone. We have Dukam economic zones consists of excellent facilities on maritime services. We have a dry port there, and he is in charge of the Dukam Cesar. And then we are joined by Mr. Yarub. Mr. Yarub is representing the authority for public, authority for all the free zones and economic zones of Oman. I think he's not here. Okay, yeah. So, and then we have Mr. Al-Yakdan Al-Shukaili. He is also working and supporting Dr. Yusuf in the consulting portfolio. I also, recognize Mr. Cherian, and it was very interesting sessions you had. All the speakers have made this session, this panel discussion very simple, because everything has been explained on what to expect in Cepa, what the remedies, everything has been explained. So we will just have to concentrate on some practical issues or what they feel. Before I start, I would like to say a few words on Oman. You might have read in the newspapers, came in the newspapers day before yesterday, that Oman, in terms of quality of life in the world, Oman is 4th. And it is the first ranking in the Middle East countries. The currency of Oman is the Riyal Omani, and this is the third most valuable currency in the world now. And Doctor was talking about ESG. Oman started, recommending ESG practices 2-3 years back. In fact, our firm Crow, we are actually associated, we are partnering with the Muscat stock market. What they have done is, all the Muscat stock market listed companies, they have to have an ESG report. And we started with training all the Muscat stock market listed companies. And so the Omani government, they are giving much more importance for ESG. In fact, we have brought out a survey research report on ESG also. You know, this is recommendatory in the nature till last year, but from this year onwards, 2026 onwards, ESG reporting is also mandatory for financial reports like the corporate governance. This comes out of the Vision 2040 of the Omani government, where they have given major importance for decarbonization, the net zero level. We, in fact, you know, Oman has allocated 190 billion Riyal Omani towards net zero situation by 2050. So you can imagine the commitment and the way in which Oman is progressing. No doubt that, you know, Oman, you should see that our government is acting in a very prudent way, demonstrating excellent discipline in financial matters. With the result, Oman has been given the investment grade status by all the major rating agencies of the world. That is be it Fitch, Moody's, S&P, everyone has given investment grade. What do you mean by investment grade? It displays that, you know, we are demonstrating we have the excellent discipline, we have the excellent framework of rules and regulations, most friendly admin, please come. So it gives more added value to the investors to come to Oman and do business. In the case of any trade agreements, the basic of any trade agreement on which it is built up is trust. Trust, transparency, consistency, and fair play. This is what the trade agreements are there. That is what Dr. James was talking about. You know, we have certain agencies to certify, you know, there's a council to sit together and solve the issues. And, you know, the trade barriers, it should not be an obstacle to doing business. It has to be interactive, you know, more transparent, and solve the issues. And we have to, from this day, we have to see that we actually implement the CEPA, and there should be sharper proof that, you know, we are demonstrating all these factors. So with these few words, I will move on to the panels. I have good morning, Dr. Saidullah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Dr. Saidullah, good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
You are a well-known figure in the healthcare business. I have been observing the King's Board in Oman for the last 20 years. You know, you have been providing excellent healthcare, and I know that, you know, from there you have branched out to Bahrain, UAE, India, everywhere. So it's a great opportunity, although not in person, to interact with you in this panel. Welcome, Dr. Saidullah. Dr. Saidullah, chairman for KIMS Health Services. KIMS Health is recognized as one of the first hospital groups in India.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I think there is a pretty bad echo.
Hello.
I can't hear from you. Maybe there is some microphone or something is on over there.
Hi, doctor. Can you hear me? Hello? Am I audible? Is this on? Hello? Hello. Hello. Okay. Hello. 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 Now I think it's okay. Hi, doctor.
Yes.
Good morning. Am I clear now?
Yeah, much clear. Thank you very much.
Okay. Right. Okay. As I said, it's good to be interacting with you online. As you said,
Second pressure from
everybody
me.
is,
I'm sorry I could not come over there. Yeah.
you are a well-known personality in the field of healthcare. KIMS Health is recognized as one of the first hospital groups in India to achieve both NABA and ACHSI accredited hospitals in India. KIMS Health has evolved from single hospital in Trivandrum into India's one of largest private hospitals network with more than 6,500 professionals and hospitals and medical centers across India, Bahrain, Oman, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and UAE. So with this brief introduction on Dr. Saidullah, I would like to have certain, his views on certain areas in the light of the CEPA. Doctor,
Yes.
is it okay? The audible?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Doctor, this with vast network of hospitals and centers in GCC countries, including Oman, for the past many years, how do you foresee the opportunities for health and medical sectors in the coming years with the commencement of CEPA between India and Oman? Doctor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Davis, and all the excellencies and distinguished guests. You know, I think I have been very familiar, fortunate to be familiar with Oman, and I had been there, empty number of times, and we have few institutions there. And with the new relationship and, SIPA, as well as our Prime Minister visiting, His Excellency, Sultan, as well as the Oman visit, all have paved a new relationship for improvement of our trade. And healthcare is very important. Oman has a very structured national health service system and regulations. And India, on the contrary, is also exponentially improving in the cutting edge technology, homegrown equipment, and very cost effective care delivery, and in coronary and tertiary care. So, with these two aspects, I feel that there's a quite a good collaboration for us to go forward. And in few areas, I'll just mention, and that is One is certainly the therapeutic, the clinical medicine, where we can make the centers of excellence jointly by exchange of expertise as well as a team effort from both sides. The second is that accreditation, as I have been involved with accreditation in India, and to a great extent our institutions in Oman all are accredited by ACHSI, that is Australian Council for Healthcare and Accreditation. And we have to now, Oman also has started its own accreditation, I presume. And so there is a lot of collaboration in the accreditation and patient safety issues. That is one area where we can work together and enhance. And the third point, is academic. And academic and capacity building is very important. And we in Trivandrum have been training the defense, Oman defense, graduates and candidates for many areas. For example, operation theater technology, the neurotechnology, and cardiac technology, and even one of the doctors, a couple of doctors have come. It was an ongoing program for several years, but recently it has been stopped about a couple of years ago, maybe because of some technical reasons, and that is about the with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and FRRO and all that, and probably that should be looked at it so that this training program, not only with KIMS Health or anything, but with India in general or Kerala in particular, we can continue that program. So that is the third area. And the fourth is, of course, I would mention that the infrastructural improvement happening in India is amazing at the moment in the healthcare field also. And especially if you take it, when I meant infrastructural, I also include the digital as well as the AI and all that. And so that healthcare infrastructure with AI and digital and has a tremendous scope and application, and especially with the special economic zones, etc., is coming in Oman and or already been established. These four areas we should pursue and explore. What are the a lot of investments we can attract, or we ourselves can do in Oman, and probably bilaterally too.
Yes,
Yes,
thank you.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. So, so you have put out the key gains in the health and in traditions, medical services under CEPA. There would be enhanced cooperation on licensing and qualification and digital licensing examinations, medical value travel, capacity building, standard harmonization, and joint research in traditional medicine. Can you please go through more lights on the same? What sort of research in traditional medicines are we talking about?
Yeah, in the capacity building, and first of all, you touched upon medical value travel. I have some very good experience in this. So medical value travel, from India point of view, we get a lot of Omanis, even in Trivandrum, and I'm sure in Cochin, and we get a lot of Omanis coming up. And some of it, actually, if we also can go over there and their expenses can be cut down, and that way we can look at it. And apart from that, I feel that Oman itself can be a hub for medical value travel from other countries. For example, for African countries, etc., if we develop some of the centers of excellence over there. That's touching upon the medical value travel. And the other aspects is said, one or two things I may mention, the licensing exams and the digital licensing exam. Probably there are certain challenges, the time taken for the licensing is pretty long in my experience in and probably this is an area the government there are many authorities there, and if they can look at it, and it will be helpful for any investor, because in spite of the National Health Service, there is a private sector is playing a good role in the maintenance of healthcare in Oman. So these are some of the challenges we face. And the interview board, for example, sometime can be better looked at it and better expertised, so that their decisions will be much fairer. So these 2 points I would like to bring to your attention. Otherwise, this is an area there is a lot of collaboration can be enhanced.
Doctor, you are touching upon certain challenges faced by your organization. And could you just elaborate on the current labor scenario in Oman and Hello.
I didn't hear you. There was a echo, dog.
I was the challenges which you had mentioned, and how are the current challenges faced by your
Certainly, that echo has come back, and I am really sorry I couldn't get you. The echo has doubled now.
Hello? Is it okay, this mic? Pardon? No. Hello? Okay, so thank you, Doctor, for your inputs, and we will move on to the other panelists now. Mr. Savio, are we playing another online with Dr. Mohammed Ali now, or later? After this, okay. We have Mr. Anirudh Shankar here. He's a senior official with the DGFT KOCHI, and he is the DGFT at Cochin plays a key role in promoting EXIM trade of the country, and especially from Kerala. The recent years, many procedures under DGFT has been simplified digitally for exporters. As a result, the number of exporters from Kerala has also increased, substantially contributing to the overall EXIM trade of the country. In this context, Mr. Anirudh, could you just elaborate, what are the regional impact on exports and imports on India-Oman Cepa? Which are the key sectors of Kerala that would gain from the Cepa with Oman? Hello, sorry for the mice.
Respected dignitaries and all the ladies and gentlemen here. Thank you for inviting DGFT for this seminar. the India has signed CEPA agreement with Oman. Especially Kerala is also going to benefit from the CEPA agreement. Previously, the Oman has imposed a duty up to 5% of MF and most of the products, currently which has came to 0%. As a major export hub of marine products, spices, cashew nuts, and processed foods, and healthcare sector, we are one of the leading hub of healthcare exports, and IT-enabled service exports. The total import of marine products to Oman is almost 120 million USD, but we are exporting only barely 8%, $8 million USD. When the import duty came into 0%, the export from Kerala, especially from India, going to be benefited and will become more competitive. And we are the one of the most high quality export import, the export hub of spices. We have a cardamom, black pepper, and other spices. We are exporting for historically, so we will get more competitive in the Oman's market. Our competitors are from Vietnam, Thailand, Indonesia. When the CEPA agreement going to be came into the force, the import duty will become going to be 0 to 5. Then we will get more competitive in the market. At the same time, we have a huge Malayali diaspora in the Oman, especially in the GCC countries. That also going to be benefited. Previously, in the last 2 years back, we have signed agreement with UAE, FTA. Currently, last year we signed agreement with Oman, which can also be a gateway to the all GCC countries and the East African countries. It will become a huge financial. The labor intensive markets of Kerala will get benefited. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Shiraz Anwar is here. He is director working with the Abad Group, mainly in the seafood area. It's quite an interesting field as far as Oman is concerned. The contribution to the GDP of Oman from the fisheries sector is about 2.5%. And as per the Vision 2040, it is expected that by 2030 it will reach 5%, and by 2040 we expect that the contribution to GDP of the seafood and fisheries sector, it will reach about 10% of the GDP. So in this context, there are so many opportunities in Oman, and both in India and Oman, and collaborations will take us further achieving the targets of the 2040 vision. In this context, Dr. Shiraz. I'm not a doctor. Okay. Mr. Shiraz, see, as per the CEPA note, there is considerable scope of expansion of seafood products to Oman, and CEPA is expected to support higher exports of Indian seafood products such as shrimp and fish to Oman. Under the CEPA, marine products receive immediate duty-free access, replacing earlier import duties of 0 to 5%, and thereby increase price competitiveness for Indian exporters. Can you please give more light on the same?
Good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. So, India and Oman have a very small relationship in terms of marine, as I think the data suggests. Again, we are looking at it at a bilateral trade. Oman has a huge marine industry. The exports from Oman are quite big. They are big in fishery. They sell a lot of pelagic products, which goes to many markets. They're also doing a lot of value addition in Oman. As I see, they're doing fish meal and they're doing fish oils. So a lot of value addition is now I see through our relationship in Oman, we understand that there is a lot of value-added products going out of Oman as well. For us, to sell into Oman was always an open market because Oman has 0 to 5% and shrimps has always been 0% export to Oman. But what we need to look at really is the import of seafood from Oman to India, because Oman has a small population. In a joint venture, I can explain better, but for the moment, the most important thing is to buy Omani fish for local consumption or Omani cuttlefish or other products for reprocessing in India, where we can fill our factories during a low season, which operates at 20% capacity. We can reduce our cost of production and help the Indian labor, to be more occupied. And I think the DGFT has opened up a lot of, advanced approval, advanced licenses where you can go through import raw material as well. So that is one thing that is helpful. Again, we need to see what, under the CEPA, what marine fisheries from Oman to India, how the duties look like. So that is something I think Dr. Anirudh can clarify, because there is some exemption of meat and animal products, but nothing mentioned on fish. So import of fish from Oman for the local consumption is quite huge. We were doing about, I believe, more than 300-400 tons. All of India was bringing about 1,000 tons of, it's a very minuscule portion of Omani fish exports. But again, with the high cost of, the product, prices have increased. A 40% duty means that the product is not at all workable. So even though we expected some product to be sold in a good, at least in decent margins, we had to really sell the stock we bought at 50% of the price. So because the market cannot absorb such high costs. So we need to study what are the duties for products coming into India from Oman, which is really where the big business is happening, unless Indian companies go to Oman, set up joint ventures, which can be discussed, I think, in the next phase.
Yeah, you mentioned on the duty and the percentage being high on importing the Omani seafood into India, but this is where the opportunity opens up through CEPA. We have a system in Oman. We have an in-country value should be about 40%. And then, it opens the doors to you for the for the Middle East countries, Africa, and the US. Oman is one of the 14 countries having a free trade agreement in the world with US. And this is this is very significant. After the 220 countries, only 14 countries have free trade agreement with the US. And Oman is one of them. And this opens for manufacturing activities. You can even manufacture, the processing can be done in Oman and then exported into the US and other countries. If the 40% is the in-country value, it is more profitable for you. Can you?
I think, Dr. James, I think we got it a little wrong. What I was mentioning about is the bilateral trade, where Oman is offering us a 0%. My question is only that, does the CEPA allow India to import Omani fish at 0%? I think
that is Dr. James.
Not James. I think Anirudh, Mr. Anirudh can clarify.
Thank you. I think I switched to Malayalam. So, സാറോട് മെൻഷൻ ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത് ഇന്ത്യയിലുള്ള എക്സ്പോർട്ട് പ്രൊമോഷനുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടുകൊണ്ട് ഒമാനിൽ നിന്ന് 0% ഇമ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ കഴിയുമെന്നുള്ളതാണ്. അതൊരു സ്കീമുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടാണ് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ളത്. അഡ്വാൻസ്ഡ് ഓതറൈസേഷൻ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. സെപ്പയുടെ ക്ലോസിൽ കവർ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടോ എന്നുള്ളതാണോ? സെപ്പയുടെ ക്ലോസ് കവർ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടോ അറിയില്ല. ഐ തിങ്ക് ദ പീപ്പിൾ ഫ്രം CTL can explain that.
But fish is not explained very categorically. It just says animal products are excluded. But does fish come under animal or not is what we want to clarify. So that was actually one of the most important things I wanted to talk at the
whether it came into the negative list or not.
Which, if I can import Omani fish free of duty to India and distribute it in India, for local consumption.
CTIL person can maybe explain.
He will.
They will explain later.
The next presentation you will come. Yeah.
So coming to doctors, about joint ventures, I think you were talking about joint ventures in Oman. 2 weeks ago, we just opened our own company in Oman, was a very simple process. I must congratulate your team and the Omani ministry for that. We didn't even have to go to Oman to open the company. So it was just a passport, and we had a selfie taken with that, and the passport was scanned. And this gave the authorized personnel to operate the company. And last week I just went to open the account, because I think opening an account I don't think can be done online. But it was just 1 hour. We were in the bank, signed the papers, and out. I mean, including the time to travel from the airport to back to the hotel. So it's, and then you have your company open in Oman. So of course there are a lot of opportunities in Oman. There are fishing opportunities in Oman like no other country, because Oman has a very open policy on fishing. They are giving licenses. One of my friends, Mr. Mohammed Amin from Sea Pride, I think he's also he's constructing boats in Oman. There is opening, you can bring in fishing boats, large fishing boats from other countries under Omani flag. So I think a joint venture it's a lot of opportunity there. And again, coming to the US FTA or the duty-free tariff to Oman, Oman has a policy, I believe, with 40% or 35% of value addition you can get. And with a lot of automation, this is actually a laborious process. So the cost of processing shrimps in Oman could be much higher than India. But again, look at the 15% of tariff with machines. I think Amin already has bought some machines, so we need to see how that works. I'm sure it works well with the yields and everything. There's a lot of opportunity for many more factories to come up in Oman to do the same thing, because again, with the farm shrimps available in Oman, you have a lot of opportunity with your own shrimp or importing shrimps and value adding them in Oman. I think that's a really big opportunity for Indian companies to get into Oman and participate in the growing fisheries sector.
Yeah, you are right. Mr. Mohammed Amin is the largest exporter of seafood products from Oman. That means, Oman is more competent for seafood processing and exports. This is what I understand. Correct?
I mean, you can do a lot of processing. You can also look at, trading from there into to the Middle East, North Africa, which is a huge market. So there is a huge opportunity. Buying product from Oman, or even being in Oman, you are very close to North Africa and all these countries where you can source product from. So I believe it's a huge opportunity for us to be in Oman.
Thank you, Siraz. Mr. Abdul Latif, you are a board member of Oman Cepa, and the only expatriate board member, elected board member of Oman Cepa. You are in the health sector for quite a long time in Oman. Could you, as a member, could you tell me the enhanced role you see that the committee your foreign investment committee play in leveraging the opportunities under Indian Oman Cepa?
Yeah, thank you very much inviting for me this panel. And your question is about Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry. So Oman, wherever it is the Chamber of Commerce and Industry, they are supporting to the economy of Oman and bringing the business from improve the business in Oman. So that is main our target. There is a subcommittee, we call that Foreign Investment Committee. That is give the guidance and secure and proper guidance to the investors, the foreign investors. We can give a proper guidance. Okay. Davis, you are here.
Yeah,
I think you are busy. Are you okay? So we can give a proper guidance to the foreign investors, and we can attract foreign investment, and we can support them through the Chamber of Commerce and Industry. So Chamber of Commerce and Industry, it is the elected body of Oman, Oman's different parts. So we can invite and we can call any ministry to Chamber. We can have a discussion. That privilege is there. So any difficulty they are facing to, forming a company, or in their investment they are facing any problems or anything, that we can address, they can address through the Foreign Investment Committee. So we can give a proper guidance and advice to the investors, and we can take their interest if they are facing any problem. That also we can into the chamber, through the chamber, we can address to the concerned authority. It is possible.
Yeah, that's right. And you know, the Invest Oman can also complement the efforts of Chamber of Commerce.
So, Invest Oman and Chamber of Commerce of Oman, it is the two part of the coin. We can say that they are always we are working jointly. The people of Invest Oman also, I think here, they can also give more about the Invest Oman and the Chamber of Commerce. It's the both side of the coin. Win-win. We are working together. If anything we need from Invest, through the chamber also we can do it. And Invest Oman is like that, as everybody know. There is a single window registration point is there. If you want to make a commercial registration or any other thing through the Invest Oman, you can go there within 1 hour, 2 hours. You can make a labor ministry is there, municipality is there, bankers are there. All are in under one umbrella. That we call it is a single window umbrella.
One shop.
So we can go there within 1 hour, 2 hours. Oman Invest people, they will support you to. They will help you to make a new company and all. We can come within 2 hours.
And Latif, also, you know, to add on to that, as a major hospital owner, how do you think this new agreement makes it easier for you to run and expand your healthcare business between Oman and India, where Kerala is known for its skilled doctors and nurses? How does the CEPA help them work more easily in your hospitals in Oman?
Yeah, of course. CEPA is really is the game changer in Oman between India. Earlier also we are very good relation and working together. And Dr. Sadullah also is here in the panel. I think doctor can hear what I am saying. What we are, most of our centers, 90% of the professionals, I can say that, they are from Kerala only. Either nurses or doctors or any other paramedical staff and all. Through the CEPA agreement, and because the most of the professionals, they got a more interest and they are very showing their interest to come to Oman. Why there is a bilateral agreement is happen. So all the professionals and doctors and they are thinking, now it's the safe, it is Oman-India relation is better. Really, before also it is very nice. But the CEPA is one of the another game changer. That will giving more confidence to the professionals to come to Oman.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, thanks, Latif ji. Dr. Saidullah, are you online? Dr. Saidullah? Hello.
I am online, Dr. Davis. I'm online.
Yeah. I just wanted to Can you
Let me put it off when you talk and then I can put it on. Maybe the echo is from my side and put it off. Please talk. Please ask the question.
Dr. Dr. Saidullah, what are your collaboration between India and pharma-based organizations under CEPA? Can you?
Earlier, when Savio was talking, I could hear very well. I don't know what went wrong after that.
You heard I just wanted to, your opinion on the opportunities for more collaboration between India and Oman with regard to manufacturers of pharma companies. Hello. I think we'll stop this online. Thank you, Dr. Before we wind up, I want to touch upon one mentioning about the alternate energy possibilities in India. Touch upon Oman. Oman is the country which has dedicated 1/6 of the land area of Oman for alternate energy, renewable energy. About 50,000 square kilometers of land has been dedicated so this is, I think this is the most significant factor in favor of in the world, and Oman expects to forge ahead and will be the development of resources. Okay, so it would be a good opportunity to collaborate with our Omani colleagues, the renewable I think we will now listen to Muhammad Ali. He'll be online. He is delivering a talk. Dr. Muhammad Ali.
In the beautiful, supposed to be there, and I may be reaching around 1:30. So I thought I would present small video explaining my experience in Oman. Of course, Oman is a very stable country. Their economic policies are very stable. Their foreign policies are stable. Dynamic. Honor for Oman Oman in their Vision 2040, they are focusing on diverse trade economy from the oil, which includes fisheries, port facilities, maintaining as well as they have free zones in Soha, Dukum, and Selar. These are three ports. There for Indian investors in Oman. For re-export between Africa and India, between Europe and there is with the trade free trade agreement with many other countries as well. So I've been doing that is another opportunity. Fish processing, another. And whatever you get land on a very preferred prices, and where you get your utilities at a very preferred prices, and these things can be so is also they can explain more. And this CEPA agreement, we can use of and I'm available for any questions.
Very good insight. So, thanks, Latif, for. I have to especially thank Mr. Abdul Latif for heading this delegation. He has taken a lot of pains to organize this in a very short time. So all credit goes to you, Dr. Abdul Latif. And thanks to Anirudh for your great insight on the TGFIT of Kerala, and Dr. Siras for your experience. Siras, yes. Okay. All right. So thank you very much. And then we have certain presentation from our Omani colleagues, Dr. Yusuf and Yaroub. One is on the opportunities with regarding the free zones and special economic zones, and Dr. Yusuf will take you through the CEPA and how it is aligned with our Oman Vision 2040. So thank you.
Also, we regret the technical issues in getting online from Dr. Abdullah.
CEPA agreement, opportunity to business and export commercial goods and services and digital trade. Thereafter, we'll have the presentation from the Oman side, Oman Vision 2040 by Mr. Yusuf, and also Mr. Yarud Nasir and the Salhavi also. How to CTL for the presentation?
I would also like to inform our Excellency is G.V. Srinivas, Ambassador to India, Sultan of Oman, Embassy of India will be also addressing shortly, virtually also.
Good evening, everyone. I'll be going through the India-Oman Cepa services and digital trade related obligations which are there under the agreement. Now, basically, the India-Oman is a very strategic agreement for both countries. Now, it might not, a lot of people might be available that Oman is basically not only a gateway to the GCC, but also East Africa and North African countries, which has a global service import of USD 12.52 billion.
Ambassador is ready now, so we can give 2 minutes break and the ambassador will then after.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry for interruption, our Honorable His Excellency G.V. Srinivas, Ambassador of India to Sultan of Oman, is now ready to address the participants. Thereafter, the presentation will continue. Over to.
Hi. I'll start off with the presentation with the strategic importance of Oman for India and for India for Oman. Now, Oman, with this agreement, with the FTA agreement, offers a gateway to not only other GCC countries but also East Africa and North African countries. Oman also has a global import of USD 12 billion, where India's share is, while only 5%, India is still the third largest export destination, which shows what the great potential that India has to increase service export into Oman. Now, India is also a very strategic partner for India because beyond US, India is the only second bilateral agreement that Oman has signed, and it also showcases India's own FTA strategy, which wants to shift away from a focus on, engaging in trade deals with countries with a more developed Western countries, to areas and regions where India can complement its own strength. Now, the key export sectors for India in the service includes professional services, computer, IT, audiovisual, education, health, and tourism services. It must be the Oman agreement. Oman has been generously offered extensive liberalization and regulatory certainty for Indian exporters, with broad and deep market access commitments across 127 sectors. Indian commitments are also compliant and are in need of the domestic policy priorities and strategic flexibilities. This is a broad overview of the benefits that we will get from the deal. Indian exports is expected to be, service exports is expected to be 665 million, with service coverage of 127 sectors, intercorporate transferees with a maximum stay of 4 years, intercorporate transferees with a ceiling quota of employees, increasing from 20% to a whopping 50%. And there are opportunities for India-Oman joint ventures. Now, service, without getting too technical about the reading of a service schedule, which is one of the most technical parts of a FTA, I would say that there are 4 modes of service supply in an FTA, which is recognized in an FTA agreement. The first is the mode 1, which is a cross-border supply. Whereas, for example, an Indian supplier, medicine supplier, basically provides consultation via any video services to Oman care recipients. It's also consumption abroad, which is a mode 2, where Omani visitors can come to India and visit either the tourist hotels or traditional medicines, yoga practices. In mode 3 is about commercial presence, where Indian companies go and establish their operations in Oman through FDI presence. Mode 4 is more about the temporary movement of natural persons who move into another country. Now, additionally, the core disciplines which are addressed by an FTA service chapter would be divided into horizontal obligations and sectoral obligations. Horizontal obligations would be things like transparency requirements, most favored nation requirements, where you're required to treat service suppliers of 2 different countries no less favorably. These are sector agnostics. Additionally, there are sectoral obligations which deal more about right to market access and national treatment. Now, India and Oman have followed a GATT positive approach to scheduling their obligation, which means that only those sectors which are listed will be liberalized. Additionally, it also offers financial and telecom annexes, which are GATS compliant, annex on movement of natural persons, and annex on health and traditional medicines, where particular sectoral requirements have been addressed. Additionally, there are certain things which are not covered by the service chapter. This would be sovereign government functions, government procurement, any cabotage in maritime transport, and measures, more importantly, measures related to permanent employment, residence, and citizenship, which will be dealt by each partner country's domestic regulations. Now, just to give you an overview of what the major obligations in a service agreement would look like, this would be the MFN, which is a horizontal obligation, which accords immediate and unconditional service suppliers will be offered no less favorable treatment for like services in the other country. The two sectoral obligations, market access and national treatment, on the other hand, ensure that there is no discrimination in availing markets, the partner country's market, and there's no discrimination between treatment between domestic and foreign suppliers. Moving ahead, the most important horizontal commitments are in relation to the movement of natural persons. Now, these sectoral commitments are in relation to movement of natural persons are temporary entries. Therefore, they are limited by things like mobility quotas, extended stays. For example, any business visitor who's a short-term business visitor providing some specialized services can only stay for 180 days. Or somebody who's or maybe an engineer who's part of an intercorporate specialized knowledge, who's bringing intercorporate specialized knowledge, they have an ability to stay a maximum of 4 years, which is divided 2 years with an extension of 2 years. Additionally, as I previously mentioned, the service agreement does not create any immigration, employment, or permanent residency obligations. It only provides a right to market access and national treatment. Additionally, there's been also visa processing, which has been streamlined by Oman, and qualifications, license obligations, domestic regulations, and labor laws. Any service provider moving into Oman will have to observe these. This also provides a lot of business opportunities. For example, the reduction in terms of the clarity in terms of the duration provides a lot of clarity for long-term projects. For example, ICT projects like digital public infrastructure projects, renewable energy projects, education projects, there would be a lot of clarity there. It would also ensure a lot of better manpower planning so that the synergies of the trade agreement can be fully utilized. Additionally, the SMEs will also get a direct export pathway and have momental gains from the agreement. Certain sectoral commitments have been highlighted where India shows strength in export services. These include the computer services where there's no limitation on cross-border delivery, and this would benefit software companies, fintech operation, cloud services, and cyber security services. Additionally, commercial presence of 100% equity is provided, and there's no restriction on any joint venture or any kind of structural limitations in terms of how the entity will provide service. Again, in terms of the movement of natural persons, there is a predictability, and this will really help any project-based IT professionals. It would be very important here to mention the Oman Vision 2040. I believe the next Omani delegate would talk about it in more detail, but this basically, in short, provides an opportunity for economic diversification, which Oman is trying to pursue. And this would include, among other things, digital transformation, where there's a lot of interest in both the countries, and therefore the synergy can be benefited. In fact, the importance of the GCC region has also been identified from Indian perspective, when in the India's economic survey, we have highlighted the critical role of the GCC countries in India's high-value technology exports. In relation to professional and business services, this is a very important service sector for India, and there has been a lot of development in here in the sense that a lot of these professional services like legal, accounting, engineer, medical, and nursing sectors have been giving very liberal access. There's no cross-border limitations, which opens opportunities for new service providers. In the nuances of that, if I have to point out, would be that the legal sector FDI of 70% is allowed, which means Indian law firms, provided they meet the other requirements, domestic requirements, can actually invest and provide their services. In terms of health, which is another very important sector for India, there are no limitations on hospital services, human health services, and social health services. This provides opportunities for telemedicines, and these would be, of course, be subject to domestic regulations. There is also market access allowance has been given, where, however, it is restricted to those entities which only offer more than 50 beds, and the legal form requirements may also be applicable in this case. There's also national treatment obligations here, which means that, which I mentioned previously, that domestic and foreign nationals should be treated same way. Here there is a little bit nuance in terms of land ownership restriction being limited to only tourist areas, but in showcasing the strength of the relationship, 50 years land lease are available for Indian service providers. Additionally, while the health sector is highly regulated, deployment of a lot of entities can utilize their commercial presence to deploy specialists and provide specialized healthcare in Oman. And there's also very interesting nuances that we can see. For example, there's a digital licensing exam where Indian health providers can actually benefit by giving their exam and qualifying for the Omani market. There are certain exclusions here in the health sector. For example, the social sector, while there's a lot of liberalization, does not allow specialized rehabilitation centers, orphanages for orphanages, and home for elderly. Again, tourism, there is no limitations in terms of hotels, restaurants, and operators. However, hotels and tour operators who have a commercial presence, restaurants who have a commercial presence will only have a 70% FDI into the market. Similarly, a lot of intercorporate transferees of utilization can happen here, because managers and executives of hotels, restaurants, and tour agencies can share their experts there. In terms of education, this is a very important sector, because there is an opening up of not only higher education, but also primary and secondary education, as well as adult education. In terms of adult education, this would involve a lot of aspects like skill building, bridging courses, which would benefit both the countries. There are other sectors of note is the transport sectors, the audiovisual sectors, and fintech sectors, where for example, India can really benefit on the Oman strategic port investments and provide their services. Indian banks can also expand footprints, and Indian fintech companies can also partner locally. It's also important to realize that a lot of Omani service seekers will benefit, because India provides non-commitments in its mode to liberalization, which means that India can offer cutting-edge, low-cost access to healthcare, which includes diagnostic centers, as well as traditional medicines, where India has an advantage in yoga and Unani. There's also higher education and professional training, and tourism-related services, for example, where a state like Kerala can really benefit. Now, in the digital trade is an area which is really coming up a lot in a lot of trade agreements. However, while the two countries do not have a dedicated digital trade chapter, the countries recognize that cooperation on data privacy, cybersecurity, and consumer protection is very much needed. Therefore, there would be sharing of best practices, and there would be regulatory dialogue. A lot of these would be subject to domestic regulations, but since it's an evolving field. Additionally, Oman's telecom commitments under the GATS follow a very transparent and non-discriminatory license, whereby Indian service providers like mobile, internet, and cloud service providers can really benefit. This is more of a breakdown in terms of the regulatory or commercial nuances. For example, legal services, you cannot deliver direct representation in local courts in Oman. but there are opportunities in terms of digital transformation initiative, cloud and data centers for data processing, courier service, where e-commerce logistics would be very vital, and India has a strong commitment there and strong strengths there. Additionally, as previously mentioned, skill building and bridging courses where a lot of Indian startups are working can also benefit. This provides us strategic opportunities from an industry sector by sector breakdown. For example, the engineering services can bid for a lot of Vision 240 infrastructure and green energy projects. There can be specialized diagnostic clinics set up. Logistics, in terms of cold chain logistics can be set up. In terms of looking into the strategies for expanding trade and services, what Indian service providers can do is do a due diligence in terms of the regulatory framework which is offered for movement of natural persons, and accordingly use the commercial presence to kind of build their own synergies. For example, they can, this would be a very interesting development which we can seize that. In the schedule of commitments, the representative offices, which can be used for marketing your products and services, they can be set up first, followed by business visitors who kind of build their relationship building and then move into more established ICT deployments and established presence in the Omani market. Additionally, digital service can complement on-site presence, and here FICCI and other sectoral bodies can engage with sector-to-sector regulator engagements. Additionally, as was mentioned by some of the previous commentators, there's a huge opportunity in the renewable energy market in Oman, where India also has a lot of interest. India has set up the Indian Solar Mission, Solar Alliance, and Indian Solar Mission has ambition targets where renewable energy consulting can benefit. Again, green hydrogen advisory in another alternate energy sector provides opportunities. Similarly, smart city projects. Additionally, ESG compliance, where India will have to scale up because of its commitments under the UK and EU FTA and comply with CBAM opportunities. Here, India and Oman can also partner in terms of ESG compliance advisories. So that's it.
Thank you, Ridesh, CTL, for the presentation. We have the Excellency G.V. Srinivas, Ambassador of India to Sultanate of Oman, Embassy of India, is now addressing the participants. Over to His Excellency for the address.
And all the members who are sitting there, both from Oman and India. Before I continue, I just want to get a confirmation from my colleagues that it's not as equally as we had been finding in the past. If it is okay, nobody is raising any hand, that's noisy. Fair enough, I continue. Thank you very much. Sorry to cut in at this stage, though I was to speak just before the vote of thanks from Mr. Savio. And I'm happy that I really changed my sequence, given that I benefited tremendously from all the earlier interventions and got a very good detailed brief of what is the state of the play, what is the way the experts look at the entire CEPA, how the industry is very anxiously looking at using it the moment it enters into force. I am happy to now share, with the permission of our Ministry of Commerce, that fortunately our side, that is the Indian side, has also ratified this CEPA. Now, within the indicated procedure within the CEPA, we would be sharing these confirmation of ratification most of all with each other. Oman having done around 15 days ago, we having done just recently. We are trying to have an ambition of it entering into force on 1st of April 2026. If that were not to happen, maybe it will happen sometimes nearby, but the entire procedural gaps are all covered. My colleague Karan has also been listening in. He's our commercial representative. He asked me to make few points on substantive issues, that even though the 78% of tariff lines of Oman are covered under CEPA, but that covers 99% of their exports, practically the entire trade of Oman. Halal certification, something which is covered under CEPA, provides another respite to our meat exports, meat trade. Oman as an Ayurvedic hub in the GCC countries was an ambition which was indicated by His Majesty the Sultan, who visited India in December 2023 and Honorable Prime Minister during the conversation, something which gets a great push under CEPA. Most important coverage according to my reckoning is the inclusion of MSME sector as a part of CEPA. Given our strength and given the emphasis that His Majesty here has been placing on generation of employment as a result of the economic activity in Oman, MSME strength and collaborations through that would certainly be adding a lot of synergies. Particularly also given that manufacturing is one of the 5 pillars of Oman Vision 2040 of the present His Majesty the Sultan Hassan bin Tali. I will now come to make very brief points on the way forward, because the CEPA cannot be like a multi-month or a multi-year project wherein we keep on having a bumpy ride of learning by mistake. So that would not necessarily be the best way of moving forward. I have been articulating this. I also had a chance to speak on the same lines to the chairman of Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Excellency Faisal, who readily agreed to many of these suggestions. And with that support and encouragement, I want to flag these to the attention of both our Team India and also to Team Oman as to what is the best way forward of moving with the CEPA now having been signed and also shortly to be entering into force. With that kind of thing, what is the best way forward? Every roadshow of the nature that we saw today and a couple of these already organized earlier, I remember Oman having done that in Ahmedabad around 14th of February, many more in the past, more to come in future. All of them will be doing the maximum impact provided every roadshow benefits from the conversation of the previous roadshow. Not only the organizers, but also Team India and Team Oman. That will be possible only if the full report, every paper presented, every PowerPoint made, transcription of what has been said, questions asked and answer asked, along with the power of RAG, retrieval augmented generation, essentially an artificial intelligence based device to go through all this huge amount of information to provide something sensible to the industry players would be something which must be attempted. Typically speaking, it can be done through the power of a modern portal with machine learning, artificial intelligence and RAG, as I said, that retrieval augmented generation would cover a lot of ground. In the absence of that, we will be struggling going from venue to venue, roadshow to roadshow, repeating ourselves multiple times and yet not making an impact. Standard methodology of such a portal would be that companies sign up, add their profile, add their business interests. And even as we go along, people like embassy, ours, who are aggregators or chambers of commerce, as and when they hear any opportunity, they also add them as the leads. Everybody remains tuned into this kind of informational correction. All the industry people from the both sides monitor the conversation, including, for example, tenders which may be floated. And whenever there is a roadshow of the nature what we see today, everybody actually studies beforehand the existing material, particularly with an eye on the material of their interest. If they still have any open question, they push those questions beforehand. Every organization of the roadshow of the nature today must have the discipline of at least 2 days before the actual event happening, the papers shared with all, so that everybody goes through those papers, reads whatever is available already on that subject based on the previous such interactions, and they come out with the questions which also they punch in 2 days before, so that the roadshow of the nature today addresses the known gaps. And this iteration of the question and answer and then the roadshow moves forward. The main output of such roadshows should be the industry members who had traveled all the way, for example, from Oman to India. They must be having an opportunity to meet their counterparts, do site visits, factory visits, and do that face-to-face connect that otherwise would not be possible. Embassy itself would be organizing shortly a hybrid method on the lines of what the KOCHI has done now. Every conversation there is being relayed to entire Team India and Team Oman, including us, for example, from the embassy, have been listening in from the morning, 10 o'clock India time till now. So all that thing will help. With that, the way forward, according to me, this portal has to be conceptualized and be created so that that becomes the main backbone of the information dissemination. The
With an exceptional strategic location at the crossroads of international
Cepa onto the trade must also be articulated as experts make presentation. CTIL presentations I saw were very powerful and insightful, but I tried checking whether their portal had anything to do on Oman Cepa. I found none. If they have, please do send me the link. All these papers which they presented or any analysis that they may have made would be very, very helpful. The typical problem as we try to strengthen, deepen, widen our relationship would be in the nature of confirming the credentials of the companies to want to collaborate with their counterpart in other country. Disputes which may arise, how do we resolve? What methodology and mechanism we have put in place? Here, both DGFT and the Ministry of Commerce, both our side, their side, learning, etc., has to be there to make sure that not only we entice entrepreneurs to be looking at the India-Oman corridor, but should they be having any dispute, there should be some kind of methodology in a PPP mode, public-private partnership mode, which resolves those disputes so that confidently we putting more and more such collaborative stories together. Success stories and failures of any attempts of collaboration must be analyzed and the lessons learned and disseminated. Learning from these roadshows has to be across organizations. It cannot be that because it is done by FICCI, the other chambers do not learn, or when some other chamber does it, FICCI does not learn. So there has to be cross-fertilization. All the content that generates from here should be like public good for the benefit of Team India and Team Oman. I'm just trying to see whether I missed any point. Yeah, one point which James, I think from CTIL made a mention of is that they were firmly involved in providing inputs to the Ministry of Commerce as CEPA was being negotiated. Yet he said that many of these FTAs and CEPAs take a lot of time before they're actually used. So that gap has to be minimized. Every advocacy group, every export promotion council, every such expert body like CTIL who may have been involved in the CEPA negotiation may only be aware why did they suggest what has been reflected there. So with that kind of informed information, they must immediately get in touch internally or even larger than that in the hybrid manner involving everyone to explain those details. They would be doing much better given that they had the interests of their members in mind, which they advocated based on the CEPA has been created. So with that concept, both the sides looking at the positives emerging from CEPA would be the one which will be providing us the maximum confidence. The standard questions which are asked, which need to be answered again, so this portal will be relegated, according to me, to nothing but push to the portal website and retrieve to the rack. To repeat again, that retrieval augmented generation with the power of AI, so that everybody has a very sharp information and thereafter they can only look for the gaps and whatever is the missing thing. Now, what are the standards in which the companies are? How to do business. Like those who want to come and do business in Oman, it's not only the opportunity in fisheries or agriculture, but how do they really enter? 70 years of diplomatic relations between India and Oman and 200 years of close business engagement, 1500 years of marine history, maritime history, and 5,000 years of archaeological or historical connection essentially means that we are very closely associated with each other. We have been seeing each other. Therefore, any untapped opportunity must have remained untapped for a reason, not without a reason. So that reason has to be understood so that surmounting that challenge would be the first consideration before one looks at each other. Omanization, that is getting more and more opportunities for Omanis to get employment as a result of the enhanced economic activity in Oman, whether India-Oman corridor or otherwise, is a consideration which has to be factored into place. And therefore, Indian entrepreneurs and Omanis will be benefiting by looking at not only outright export or import, but Indo-Oman value chain, so that both of them benefit in this. Duty structures were referred to in the conversation earlier with like animal products excluded, does it mean fishery, etc. Now all these things should be very easily digestible and pullable through the power of computers. So somebody should have been able to, had we had this portal, just punched in and found out that answer, what exactly it means. So a transcript of all the conversations today should also be prepared with the AI power may not necessarily be 100% accurate, even 99-95% is also more than sufficient to at least have broad drift of what was discussed, and those transcripts should be populated very openly like a public good. This is what my thinking is. This is the way I wish to move forward as embassy organizes any of these events on the roadshow. But obviously, every organizer, including now we have some there in Kochi, will have their own way forward of doing this thing. With that, I conclude my points. I really thank each and every one of you for very patiently listening to my 9 minutes long of information. Good luck. Bye. Thank you very much.
Thank you, His Excellency. G.V. Srinivas, Ambassador of India to Sultanate of Oman, Embassy of India, addressing online. Sir himself insisted to address towards the end so that sir could get more information and give practical solutions, suggestions also. Thank you for your valuable suggestions. We look forward to taking these suggestions forward in the coming roadshows also. So we have few more slides from CTL. Thereafter, we'll go to the presentation, very important presentation from the Oman side also. Over to Radish.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I know it's very late and we're closing to your lunch time. But I think a few of the things that I want to cover which have not been covered. So to give you an idea, I think what I'm going to talk about is India's trade regime. Am I audible? Please let me know if I'm not audible. India's trade regime, India's FTA regime, what challenges, opportunities we have, the supply chain matters, agreements other than FTAs, how do you get an investment, what are the export promotion schemes that the commerce is doing, and in terms of the GSP unilateral measures that may exist, followed by giving you a sectoral overview on the India-Oman Cepa. So to give you an idea, India's trade regime, the foreign trade policy was launched back in 2023. Before that, we had a more like a 5-year trade policy where we would have set out that this is what we're going to do. But since 2020, 2023, post-COVID, we have moved towards a more forward-outlooking policy to promote India for the India 2047 vision, and also to give an outlook in terms of that we are able to meet a 5 trillion economy and moving forward and upward. So having a single foreign trade policy is what helps you in exports and businesses give more stability and strength that this is what's going to go pertinent instead of every 5-year change that used to happen earlier. As I'll be discussing about a lot of things earlier, we have a lot of reintroduction in 2023 in terms of the districts as exports hub, the SCOMET rules, the advanced authorization schemes, the exports for capital goods promotions, etc. And then in terms of bilateral or engagement of increment, we are also going and expanding our strategy in terms of negotiating a lot of trade agreements, bilateral agreements, plurilateral initiatives, etc. Now, in India's FTA trade regime, as you can see, the merchandise trade stood at 41.68 billion in 2024, I think, which we have anyway crossed a lot by today. The sectoral success has been pharmaceutical, textiles, electronics, particularly leather, footwear also. And now the FTA coverage, if you see, we are covering a lot of in terms of the goods, services. My colleague Digital Trade has covered it. We are also moving forward towards intellectual property rights as we have more startups and more businesses establishing research and development in India. We are moving forwards in terms of innovation. So IP is also another strong suit that we are focusing on. Followed by investment facilitation in terms of it to get more and more investments, everything. And then new cooperative frameworks such as IPEF or sustainable measures as well. Now, the challenge that we face primarily is the deficits, I think, which a lot of our speakers spoke about earlier also, that we have these FTAs already, but we are not able to utilize them. So utilization of the FTA becomes a very key important aspect to it. And in terms of that, what we had earlier also discussed is that these preferential duties are not available for all. So if you have to avail these duties, you have to ensure that you comply with certain sets of rules of origin, which I'll be discussing later on further. And then lastly, for India's growth story, what is important is that the micro, small and medium enterprises also become part of these exports and exports growth. So our SMEs should become more and more part of the global value chains, of these value chains, and that's what the importance of these trade agreements is also, that it becomes more inclusive. Women, gender outreach, SMEs, everyone, each and every person gets and becomes part of India's export growth story. What opportunities you have a clear reduction and a commitment that the countries are you'll be able to export them at zero duty. You have reduction on Indian side as well. So if you're importing input materials for a good which you want to export, for those also duties have been significantly reduced. You get access to large market. Earlier you had only towards the ASEAN side. Now you have the whole of Europe. You have UAE, Oman, with a discussion of the whole, there's Oceania region, Australia, New Zealand, and there is discussion with Latin American countries and African regions as well. Integration into the global value chains with countries like Japan, South Korea, Europe, New Zealand, Australia, Oman, UAE. You're getting incorporated into the value chains of the products. As we have seen, Middle East has been a very great story for India's export in terms of imports of the Indian goods, as well as re-export of those goods to other parts of the world. And that's one opportunity, I mean, you can pretty clearly identify out here. So why I mention all of this is because what we are doing essentially is we are strengthening our supply chains a lot. When you say we are strengthening our supply chains, there are certain 5-6 key factors that you need to ensure. A supply chain needs to be transparent, that in terms of diverse stakeholders, we know who they are. You should be able to diversify your exports. So you're not just solely relying in terms of one supplier, or you are the sole supplier to it, I mean, or you have a sole buyer in that sense. Whereas what COVID and other times have taught us is that relying on one person or one company has led to a lot of business closure. So strengthening of these supply chains, reliability, security is very essence to it. Sustainability. As moving forward, we are moving in terms of sustainable part of it, that the supply chain should be ensuring your labor commitments, your sustainable commitments, environmental goals, etc. So today, moving forward, you're not able to just rely that you're able to sell the goods. You have to ensure that you're following all your labor codes, your environmental regulations, etc. And not just something that is set by your domestic law, but in some countries ask your adherence to a higher standard, higher international standard that is there. There is predictability requirement, there is security, and then lastly, as we discussed, inclusivity part. Just to give you a brief in terms of what other agreements are, there are something like critical partnership agreements are becoming important. Harmonization agreements, some of it we have talked about in Oman Cepa, also we'll be discussing later. There are many trade deals. This is what used to be before the US used to do before Trump's, or these are basically, you can also call them as a partial scope agreements where you only do for 500 or 1,000 lines with certain country of interest. You have sectoral or product specific agreements. Now, more and more, you'll see digital trade agreements are coming into picture to support e-commerce, trade, etc. And then we have the laws which have some extraterritorial application as well. Now, why do I talk about investment linkage? So when you're talking about trade, or when you're talking about trade agreements, or when you're talking about your company's expansion, growth story, you also need capital and investment to do it. For getting investment, what is more important is now, these are the factors that you should definitely look into. Are you meeting the standards? So if you want to export somewhere out, or within your own country in India, now you have QCOs coming up as well. So are you meeting these standards? Are you able to produce reliable goods, quality goods, and sell them? Similarly, are you meeting the requirements, labor laws? So if you're in violation of labor laws, you're not going to get any sorts of investment, as well as goes for environment and sustainability requirements. Next comes in terms of anti-corrupt practice. You're not involved bribery, tax evasion, money laundering, etc. I mean, one clear example in the recent news stories has been, for the past 2 days, the Reliance part of it. So you have to ensure that you're very much in compliance. As big person or a small person you are, you're going to get caught. Transparency is very important in terms of getting investment and money. You're able to show and not change your balance sheets. And lastly is the protection of IP. So whatever research development, IP you're developing, it is protected. You can ensure that its protection is there within your country or the other jurisdiction that you're trying to approach. These are one of the key factors that any capital industry, VC, etc., that looks for you if they want to invest in your company for its growth, if you want to develop your manufacturing capacity, etc. So these things have to be one of the key concerns that you have to ensure. Now, as I was talking about the India's foreign trade policy with having a forward outlook, I wanted to give you a highlight in terms of what our foreign trade policy covers. The main goal, as you see, of the new export policy is to boost exports, create favorable conditions for trade, and support a steady economic growth. The trade policy is driven to that and gives in objectives to supportive ecosystem, preparing for futures. There is more and larger collaborations with the state governments, and it is also through these outreach events that we're trying to reach out to governments and to industries at the state level, and to tripping India's services exports as well. Now, in this scheme, you will find different kinds of schemes and etc. in different chapters, which are incentive to remissions. You have town of export excellence. You have streamlining the SCOMET policy, which is goods which are for double use, used for, say, chemical or bioweapons as well, but also used for your normal manufacturing processes. You have EPCG schemes, that is basically export promotions for capital goods. So basically, if you're doing a high capital intensive industry such as minerals, electronics, etc., semiconductors, you need capital goods for it. You need manufacturing units for it. And for that also, the foreign trade policy provides the incentive that you can come in, you can request governments for certain incentives. The governments will help facilitate you or have a reduced duty. Is it in my, yeah. So as I was talking about export promotion schemes, you have something called advance authorization. You have something called deemed export. So in terms of advance authorization, you take a pre-authorization from the government that this goods is gonna come. You have some input materials coming in at zero duty. You do not pay the duty at the time of the input, provided within X period you're able to export it, and you're also able to meet a benchmark. You used to have RODDEP scheme. Earlier we also used to have the interest equalization scheme. We have the duty-free import authorization scheme, which is in terms of helping out again similarly that goods which are being used in the export of the goods. So if you're bringing in fabric from outside and you produce shirt here and you sell the shirt outside, so that fabric which may be levying 10% of duty would be imported at 0% duty, provided you actually are able to use that into the exportation of the shirt. Sometimes, I mean, the schemes also provide you that the fabric which has come may not necessarily be used in the shirt, but I mean, the shirt actually has to go out. So it's more in terms of the inventory management system as well, that is. So there are certain exemptions in terms of how it may work is available. All this is provided in your foreign trade policy as well. You also have certain other ministerial schemes which comes in terms of export of apparel garments. This is run by Ministry of Textiles. You have the transit freight assistance, coffee exports. You have also export promotion programs measures by MSMEs. Now you have also Exim Bank coming in terms of ensuring that you have guarantees, support when you're doing. So letter of credit or you need credits in terms of your export guarantees. Exim Bank is able to provide support to MSMEs to that end. I think from GSP point, what I just wanted to talk, there used to be certain countries where used to, under the generalized system of preferences, you used to get zero duty. Because India graduated to a higher middle economy country, those countries started imposing the actual MFN duties on Indian goods. So through FTAs, what we are also trying to ensure is that the zero duty that was accessible to Indian goods remains same for those sets of goods. Then you have unilateral measures coming in, which I'll not focus on today. So what can we do? So your primary task is compliance with domestic laws of countries of production, as well as then, I mean, in terms of future. Ensuring end-to-end traceability of supply chain and confidentiality in the whole process. And identification of gaps, assessments, risk mitigation that you need to do. To do that, once you're able to map yourself, you're able to do all of this, you'll be in a better position and more easily able to export out to any of the countries that you want. To give you a brief coverage in terms of the India-Oman trade relationship, the bilateral trade stood at 10.61 billion in the last fiscal year. And the previous to that 8.94. So you see already within a year's time, we had an increase of 2 billion trade with Oman. And recently in the April to October 25 period, we already touched 6.5 billion trade. The investment is also a very key component between us, though the trade agreement is not dealing with it, but we've had over 6,000 joint ventures between the two nations. And then the investment in Oman from India's side stood at 675 million. And on the other hand, Omani FDI came at $610 million as well. Oman is India's 28th overall largest economic partner. And to give you a purview in terms of Oman's import market, it's calculated to be at around USD 28 billion, but I may be stand corrected on this. I think this everyone has talked to you about in terms of the Oman Cepa, what kind of secured duty access we have received, segments into thing. Key component is that we are getting zero duty access for all your exports from India to Oman from the very first day the agreement enters into force. India's exports to Oman earlier faced a duty up to 5% to around 3.64 billion. So I think this part I just wanted to briefly cover in terms of, and I'm so sorry for too much text on this. So I think we were talking about the TBT and the SPS. So TBT are basically your technical barriers to trade, which require certain technical regulation standards, conformity assessment that are done. So you have chapters on this to address that the technical barriers are also addressed. You do not face these non-tariff barriers. So once the duty is zero, you may still face post-border issues in terms of technical regulations to be met, certain criteria to be done, certain orders to be followed. Similarly goes for animal products, plants, etc. as well. So some three key things that has come out of India Oman Cepa is one, the pharmaceutical products, where there is a fast tracking market authorization for products if they've been approved by US FDA, Europe market authorization, UK MHRA, and other stringent regulators such as Japan, etc. You have also halal and organic products recognition and India's national program. So if you have those certifications that are also being recognized. And then we have the EIC certificate, which is basically that the competent authorities of Oman will take into consideration the EIC certification if you have within India for your goods, which is for fish, milk, eggs, honey, fruits, animal casing, crushed bones, gelatin, feed additives, poultry, and black pepper. So if you have an EIC annex certification provided by you, the Oman authorities will also take this into regards in terms of it and the SPS compliance. Now, what I wanted to give you a brief outlook is in terms of this is how the schedule is. So when you want to find out what you want to export to Oman, you'll be going to the schedule of concessions. What essentially happens is you'll find up to 8-digit HS 8 digits. So this is more harmonized, what we in India see ITC HS. So basically this is a harmonization classification. Now under chapter 69, subheading 01, you have something called bricks, etc. for ceramic goods, silicious, etc. Currently, Oman applies 5% duty. When we say A, that means on the date of entry into force, that duty will become 0. So if the agreement is entering into force on 1st of April, the 5% duty which was applicable on bricks, blocks, tiles, etc. becomes 0 duty from 1st of April. Similarly, you will find places where you have mentioned B. That means ceramic pipes, conduits, etc. So they have a duty of 5%. These B would imply that they would be reduced to 0 duty over a period of 5 years. So a decrease of 1% every year. So on 1st of April, there'll be, the duty will be brought down to 4. Next year in 27, it'll be brought down to 3, and so on, until 5 years after in 2032 when the duty becomes 0. Similarly, you will find in certain places, we have mentioned special goods, and we have also mentioned the exact value as say 100% ad valorem with minimum charge. Now, these goods are basically certain sensitive goods or religious goods, and these goods have been prohibited. So these goods you'll not have access to. Whatever the duty which is applicable to everyone around the world, or goods against which prohibited goods are mentioned, so that will apply. Sorry. There's one more, you'll find prohibited goods, and those goods are basically not permitted to enter in Oman. So you have 3-4 kinds apart from it. You have where we have 100% ad valorem with minimum, you'll see it's the same mention in the modality. That means no market access has been given by Oman for Indian goods into Oman for this. You'll also have a category which would similarly say prohibited goods, and then those goods are not permitted to enter Oman. 100% similarly for say other quid tobacco, others, that is again at 100%. So duty reduction has not been on these kinds of goods. Similarly, you have something called C. So for C, what it would mean is that the duty will get reduced over a period of 10 years. So for goods such as semi-processed yellow cheese, other cheese other than semi-processed, yeah. So this for them, yeah, so basically other would imply other cheese other than blue vein cheese and other cheese containing veins produced by penicillin. So other than that, all those cheese, for them, the duty which is at 5% will get reduced over a period of 10 years. So that means each year there will be a duty reduction of 0.5%. So after 10 years, so in 2036 onwards, for these goods, you will have duty brought down to 0, so you can import duty free from them. So now just to give you a sectoral idea, most of it, since it's 0 duty, I don't have much to cover, but I just wanted to show you or give an idea in terms of the market you want to capture. So as you can see, for engineering goods, the market stood at 75.83 million, covering all these goods. And now that all engineering goods receive zero duty, so you have a much larger market to gain out here. Similarly goes for pharmaceuticals, where it was stood at USD 302.84 million in 2024, which is projected to be at 473 millions by 2021. We have already talked in terms of the fast track mechanism of US FDA EMA, and also the acceptance of now the good manufacturing practices certificates and inspection outcomes. So this would allow market access, easy access, reduced time periods. So you'll have a more faster access of your drug entering the Omanese market. For marine products, again, it stood at 118.91 million. Now in India, we already were importing around USD 7.75 million. So there's again a significant push available for India as the duty rates have come down from 5% to 0. Same thing goes for agricultural. As you can see, for boneless meat, fresh eggs, butter, natural honey, all this for them, duty has come down to 0. For certain products, however, such as sweet biscuit, rusk, toasted breads, pastry and cakes, papad, dog or cat food, the duty reduction will be over a period of 5 to 10 years. So you're not getting immediate zero duty on 1st of April, but afterwards. Again, electronics is a 3 billion market, which is Indian exports, out of which only stood at 123 million. Most of it, even though were at zero duty, but now the remaining parts of it, the boards, cabinets, static converters, and television reception apparatus, they have also been moved to zero duty. So basically, all sets of electronic goods have been come down to 0. Same thing goes for chemicals, which is worth at 3.13 billion, of which India's exports only stood at 169.41 million. So there is again a greater opportunity with zero duty market access for the Indian chemical industry to export all these agents. Textiles, 597.9 million in 2024, which, I mean, we're trying to reach. India already has a 22% share, which was a 9% increment compared to last. So again, all these growth will include ready-made garments, made-up, MF textiles, jute products, a significant market. I can tell you, I mean, you'll be competitive. So when I was for the negotiations in Muscat, I was looking at one of the clothing stores, and you have products competing in from Bangladesh, you have products the local Oman supermarkets buying products from Bangladesh. So now with zero duty, your markets would be more competitive. You have more buyers in Oman to purchase it, and you'll be able to capture hopefully more market in that sense. Plastics again is at zero duty of 1.06 billion market. We only were at 89.39 million. So hopefully the exports to be reached by 8.11 billion by 2024. Lastly is just gems and jewelry. So I don't think we have a gems and jewelry sector coverage here. But again, everything has been cut down to 0 from 5% or 10% duty. And then now giving more and more access. Already the market is significant for cut and polished diamond, gold and silver jewelries, and platinum and imitation jewelry. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ratish. I just invite Dr. James Nedumara to sum up on the scene.
So thank you my colleagues Ridish and Tadagat for outlining the various benefits under the agreement. I will only take 5 minutes, not even 5 minutes. Can I upload the PPT? See, the one problem, when we sign an agreement, there is actually a possibility that you will also get a huge amount of imports from the other country. Is it coming? Yeah. Right. Thank you. Yeah. So there is a huge possibility that some products may be coming into a country, and we know that our industry may not be that robust enough. So we can't face this kind of an import competition. And in my brief presentation, I mentioned about something called trade remedy. So briefly, trade remedy includes anti-dumping, countervailing duty, and safeguards. So anti-dumping actually happens when somebody dumps a product. countervailing duty happens when the foreign product is subsidized by their government. The third category is called safeguards. That means fair trade is happening, but the amount of imports is actually coming in such large quantities that it can have a knock-on effect on the industry. So in every free trade agreement, there is a provision called trade remedy chapter. In WTO also, we have got the anti-dumping agreement. So I was just reading the news today. The United States imposed a duty of 176% on Indian solar goods, solar cells and modules going into the United States. So that means 176% duty. So given the state of the Indian industry, the Department of Commerce requested CTIL. So we are created under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry in India. Our teams help in negotiation. But at the same time, we also help the domestic industry in fighting some of these cases. So if your domestic industry feels that, not in the context of Oman, but maybe in the context of other trade agreements, if you think that there is a surge in imports or if there is a kind of a dumping happening on a particular product, and if your industry doesn't have the money in order to pay some of the law firms, to fight these cases, you can contact us. So we have established a cell called the Trade Remedy Advisory Cell at the center. So we are actually a group of lawyers. We have got around 43 lawyers within our center, and we have got cost accountants as well. So they will provide you help right from filing a petition, then defending the case, arguing before the concerned agencies, etc. It's a very unique model for that matter. I don't want to take you through the entirety of the procedure because it is a very complicated procedure. It can take 18 months. So normally these kind of actions, once they are initiated, will remain in force for a period of 5 years in the context of anti-dumping and countervailing duty measures. In the context of safeguards, sometimes, as I mentioned earlier, in WTO it can go up to 8 years. In the context of free trade agreements, it can be shorter in duration, but 1 or 2 years, which can be extended. So the industry should be fully aware of the tools available to you. These are important toolkits that can help withstand competition, either unfair competition or maybe dumping or safeguards for that matter. And never be shy in using these mechanisms. If you do not have the ability in terms of marshalling support, we will be there to help you. So I just wanted to mention a few cases which we did. Yeah. So these are some of the cases which we helped the domestic industry. One is on thermal paper, then on PU leather, umbrellas, 3-amine and saccharin. Now see, these are some of the products where our team has helped the domestic industry. Something on fishnet also came up, but it was basically dropped after a period of time. So I don't want to take more of your time. If you feel that you need help, we are there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. James and the CTL team. Of course, I know that it has been extended for some time due to various reasons, but very informative presentations. Now we have two important presentations coming from the Oman side. Dr. Yusuf Ahmad Al-Bashi, Economic Advisor, Analyst, Oman Advisor, Founder, Smart Investment Gateway, Oman, on the Oman Vision 2040. And also we have another presentation from the Mr. Yarub Nasir Gamis Al-Sabi, Connecting Global Investors with High Impact Opportunities in Oman. Over to Mr. Dr. Yusuf and Mr. Yarub. I request all the participants to kindly be patient and remain seated. After that, after these two presentations, we will wind up.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Very happy to be among friends and very happy to be in India, and thank you for the invitation. I will take you through a few minutes to speak generally about Oman economy, and when it comes to Oman and India, we are not describing here a new partnership or a new relation. I mean, as His Excellency the Ambassador Sharafuddin, Abdul Latif, all the people describe it. It is a century which has been built relation built on a century. I mean, through sea, through trade, through, even sheer value. And I will, excuse me, and I will try really to emphasize that also. First slide, please. First slide. Okay. Okay. So this relation, which is now the time, is really to strengthen this relationship. And I will take you through a few points, which is how Oman progressed in the last 50 years. And in which phase we are currently, and why CEPA, it means a lot, not only for India, also for us in Oman, and why we consider it is a real milestone. We need to work on it. I'll take you quickly through also the Oman Vision 2040 and how we formulated. I mean, we have Vision 2020 and we have now Vision 2040. And we will highlight CEPA from economic point of view and what is the expectations. Opportunity available, and also talking about few things. So starting with overall story of Oman, and here it is something, it is really something is deserved to be said publicly and clearly. That this story, I mean, it has an Indian chapter. I mean, Oman's story has an Indian chapter, really, I mean, by hard work, by skills, by really Indian community who's in Oman. I mean, we heard Muhammad Ali Gilfar, he's a very respected figure in Oman, and he's also among the community. And I think all Abdul Latif, Daves, and many others contribute significantly to this story of our country. Oman is when it comes to population, we are very small population. I mean, you are talking now about 5.5 million only, but we start also only 700,000 people. But we grow, I mean, significantly from the 70s, which was our growth was really driven by oil and gas, discovery of oil and gas, and that's where the modern component of the state being built, schools, road, infrastructures, and really, I mean, we moved to a new second phase. And that phase one, which is from 1970 to 1995, the growth was really good. I mean, 7.5 in average, it was a very good growth. Then we moved to Vision 2020, where the focus was more on building, modernizing the component of the infrastructures, building more advanced sport, educating people, private sector becoming more important for the country. And now we are, what you call it, take off to the Vision 2040, which is start from 2021. So we are growing here 5%. We are expecting to continue growing by 5%. And it is very important to understand that transformation is happening. I mean, if we look to the first phase here, I mean, the challenges, for example, in job creation, economic diversification, was manageable. But now in the phase from 2021, we are having, I mean, a lot of challenges related to how we can sustain our growth if the oil price go down, and how we can create jobs for our people. We are, yes, small population, but growing population. Again, the job, creating job, it's becoming a priority. And His Majesty is very clearly, I mean, and I think you all know that Oman has a great relation with everyone. We are a country where our relation geopolitically with everyone is excellent. And that is where really it's the time to work with the friends. And I think India and Oman, it's more than friendly nation. So the movement to phase 3, which required to go more of fishery sector, to go more to industry sector, to go more into tourism sector, to go more into multiple sector to be developed. We cannot do it alone. That is, we are sure about it. So I think it is the time really to join hands and to move to work with our friends. And overall, the country achieved a lot. I mean, in terms of upgrading the education system, building the best infrastructure. I mean, having the kind of the cultures and stability. This is something we are really proud of. I mean, like you guys, Indian, are proud of your entity. You are keeping. I mean, this we are having the same. People tend to speak about Oman that only there is very few area to explore and there is very few opportunity available, which is absolutely is not true. We are really having, I mean, we call it, it's like a hidden treasury, but people who've been to Oman, like Abdul Latif, like Devs, they understand it's not only the iceberg which we show that this is the opportunity. No, the country can really offer you more. I mean, the area, I mean, the sector, one of the very important sector where we are currently bleeding badly, it is the service sector, education, medical, tourism, and that is where badly need to be developed. And we, I mean, by really working with you, we will be able to develop that sector. One of the area also, the SMEs, as is mentioned by His Excellency, the Ambassador. SMEs, it has a lot of long way to go, and I think that is one of the area we would like to cover it with you. Green energy, and I think we have few investors from India like Acme and others, and they are really, it's a place where really they found it. It is very, we have those economic zone, free zone. My colleague Ya'rub is going to really expand on it, but I want you to consider that whatever you read on those public domain, that's only very little of the opportunity available in the country. And most importantly, and that is where investors need to really feel comfort and feel clarity and certainty. I think that is Oman can answer all the questions about how is the relation with India, how is the respect with India, what's the position of Indian community in Oman, and that is, I think, that is very important. It's not a place to make money. It's a place to live and to raise family and to feel the comfort of the. So. Why we keep, I mean, we are coming here, we keep really promoting Cepa because of this. Because we are in a stage where it is essential for us to transform the business model in the country. And that is where, again, we need to be, instead of only importing goods, importing services, importing low skills, no, it's the time now to really do it. And that is, it's very important to clarify. Export is a good thing. And this is welcomed in the country. But to be honest, we want more comprehensive kind of investment to come and really do it with us. And we need really to, you know, because Oman, it's not only access to United States, as been mentioned by my colleagues, or access to the Gulf region, or access to Yemen, or access to Africa. It is more than that. But to come and to be able to reach those markets, we need to take into consideration the rule of origin. And the rule of origin, that can be really easily managed if you come and join hands with Omani. And by the way, the law is allowing 100% the ownership for to do business in Oman. So it's good to have a local partner, but also the law is allowing you to own your business 100%. We have our own challenge when it comes to the access to finance, for example, which sometimes is not the case here. So access to finance, bringing more of innovation, R&D to the business, this is all is what we needed in the next stage. And that has been the focus of our vision, Oman Vision 2040, which is, it's in one statement that we want to reach to be among the developed nation, where we are having a very diversified economy, we are having a healthy nation, educated nation, we are having a strong relationship, because we are not only neighbors, I mean, this relation is there to remain. So I think building on our vision and India's vision, and the good thing about vision, Oman, that it is being done by the public and done by the people and done by the business, and that is where think really everyone standing, I mean, supporting this vision, and that is something is really emphasized. And one of the key pillars on the vision, we have 12 pillars. I mean, one of the key pillars is integrations and collaboration with the rest of the world. And FDI, where Abdul Latif is heading the committee, is the chairman of the foreign investment. This is an engine we need it. I mean, we need FDI to come to help us to diversify, to achieve the economic objective, to achieve the job creation objective, to achieve also the economic sustainability, and to build the downstream industry and move on. So this is the vision, and if you look here to the private sector, investment, international collaboration, this is the key directions. Also job, labor market, economic diversification, economic leadership, all these things really is an important strategic direction. So to me and to many others in this room, I think CEPA is connecting a lot of dots, not only for Oman and Oman economy, also for Indian economy and India objective and long term. And I think we can really move I mean, to the new stage of the development where we are going from 21 to 2040, and to help us to push private sector and trade-led growth. And that is where the diversification of the economy will be needed, FDI, and also services. And I want to elaborate a little bit on services balance. I don't know if you guys understand the balance of payment. We are having really a deficit when it comes to the services, and that is something that is the focus of the government, and we want to limit the leakages happening through the service, and by bringing the service provider. I mean, that's what the medical, healthcare, I mean, even now Oman is moving to be a tourist attractions, and there is a lot of related services with tourism sector is coming. Again, when it comes to the financial services, transportation, insurance, it is all in high demand, and that is, to me, is one of the sector I think is good to focus. And I think, I mean, this presentation will be available with the organizer, and I think it will be provided with you, and we'll be more than happy to elaborate. And why India? I think it's been explained widely, because also understanding the cultures. I think we have that kind of similarity and understanding the culture and the way to do with business. And we have people like Dr. Daves, who really, he has written many manuals about doing business in Oman, and I think he can provide a great support to you. I will not take time, because this has been explained very well before, and I think CEPA is going to come in force in April, which is been ratified last week. There is a royal decree issued by His Majesty that it is going ahead, and it will be enforced, as the ambassador said, it will be in April, and that is where it needs to be a very close monitor. And to be honest, we are having an earlier FTA agreement with the United States, but how successful is that? This is something else. We don't want to repeat the slow or progress on that to this. This is CEPA is, I think, it can be a real game changer for us and also for you, but we need to work it out. I like the comment by His Excellency, the Ambassador, to be really aggressive and to be really taking all these conversations and come up with a real blueprint to help the investor, the service provider, and the government to move ahead. So there is a clear also, this is Oman, I mean, how Oman can also provide when it comes to the economic corridors. You know, there is a lot of geopolitical shift is happening, okay? And this geopolitical shift is required certain corridor to be really solid. I mean, talking about Oman, India corridor of that, I mean, from Oman to US, from Oman to Africa, from Oman to GCC. And there is a lot of good news happening. I mean, there is a lot of serious thought that Oman will be linked by train to UAE. It's already happening, it's under constructions. Also, there is a very good talk about Oman link from Duqm to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, which is the 80% of the GCC market. So if the train happen from Duqm to Riyadh, will be really also a game changer for us and for GCC, and even for trader from India. So I don't want to take much of your time, but I think we need to de-risk certain issue. I'm sure the technical people, they understand what I'm talking about, but there is area where we need really to because nowadays, if you see the map, there is a lot of complicity and there is a lot of stress, particularly when it comes to through Hormuz or through Bab al-Mandab or through what you call it, and how we can really mitigate that risk, and how Oman can really position through either Suhar or through Duqm or through Salalah to be a gateway for India producer and India. So, I mean, there is a lot of thought here. You can really talk about it and talk about what is the sector, where is the opportunity. And if we talk about our local economy as from the vision perspective, we are focusing in 5 sectors, which is tourism, one of them, and which is manufacturing, which they are really in a very real early stage of progress. So we need really the Indian investor to help us to push those sectors. We are having also, one of the sectors is ICT and digital, and you guys are really among the leading economy, a leading brain and leading skills when it comes to that sector, and it is much needed for us. The pharmaceutical, we understand, and Oman, I think, provide a lot of offtake agreement, a lot of facility to move some of the pharmaceutical factory to come to Oman. And I will not dwell more here about the robust regulatory framework, but this data will be available. So we have this kind of law, which is foreign capital investment law, which is provide 100% ownership. We have commercial companies, we have this bankruptcy, we have income. Everything's been regulated, everything is clear, and what you call it, it is really easily to be used. All these things, I think, even available in Dr. Dave's report, but this is here a summary, a snapshot about our FDI landscape and our FDI. So it is what you call it, a lot can be done from my side, and we are here today not only to give you a slogan, we are here to invite you really to explore the opportunity. I mean, people, they are giving a lot of what you call it sweet talk, but we are here not for different purpose. We are here to welcome you. We'd like this kind of gathering to happen again in Muscat, and to happen again in Salalah, and to happen again in Duqm, and that is where really you will touch and you realize the opportunity, and we can really move together in a good speed for the prosperity and growth for both nations. I will conclude here, and we are available today to answer, to support, and this material, I think, it will be also shared with you soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yusuf Ahmad, for the very highly informative presentation. We have one more presentation thereafter we'll wind up. I know that time is already extended, but we have very important presentation also coming up by Mr. Yarub. Over to Mr. Yarub.
Good evening, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here today. First of all, I would like to thank the Indian side for the great hospitality and the great welcoming since we arrived here yesterday. We look forward to give you the same level of hospitality whenever you visit us in Oman. So if you allowed me, I will start by a quick video showing case our largest zone in Oman, the Special Economic Zone in Duqm.
With an exceptional strategic location at the crossroads of international trade routes and integrated into regional transport networks, the Special Economic Zone at Duqm has a well-established track record of success, already playing a leading role in Oman's new and renewed renaissance, as under the wise leadership of His Majesty Sultan Haitham bin Tariq, it brings to life the rich possibilities of Oman Vision 2040. An extraordinary industrial hub, center of innovation, and gateway to global trade, Duqm is the home of renewable energy in Oman, with world-class facilities, enviable natural resources, and long-term investor-friendly incentives, opening up a new era of opportunity for petrochemicals, fisheries, logistics, mining, manufacturing, and more. And thanks to a pristine natural environment, Duqm offers unrivaled tourism potential, innovative, strongly committed to sustainable practices and environmental protection. This very special economic zone is ready for every ambition as it looks to the stars and harnesses the opportunities of the space economy and a tech-driven future. In the stability and tranquility of Oman, Duqm is a rich environment for investment, for partnership and collaboration, an environment for life, a growing city, a community, a great place to live, work, and raise a family. The Special Economic Zone at Duqm, leading change.
I will be starting by giving a short overview about OBA's mandates and some details about the available zones in Oman. So OBA is the Public Authority of Special Economic Zones and Free Zones. It was established in 2020 in order to be the main regulator and one umbrella that supervises and regulates all the zones in Oman. In total, we have a total of 23 zones with a total investment of around 22 billion Omani riyal. We have three types of zones, special economic zones, such as Duqm, the ones I just showed you, and we have free zones located in Suhar, Salala, and Al-Mazyuna, and we have different free zones located in different areas in Oman. These industrial zones are targeting the high populated areas in Oman. As I mentioned, three types of zones: free zones with incentives that support exporting to the global markets, industrial zone with incentive that ease targeting regional markets, especially the local market in Oman and GCC markets. Economic zones give you the option either to pick an industrial license or a free zone license. So basically, as an authority, we issue two types of license for a new investment in Oman, either a free zone license or an industrial state license. It will depend on the investor business plan and the market they are targeting. When it comes to the mandate of OBAs, we cover several key rules. We plan and develop future-ready zones, regulate for a business-friendly environment, and facilitate investor journey. Facilitation and aftercare is where I come as an investor relations specialist. From the moment the investor shows interest until their project is fully operational, I guide them every step, acting as a project manager. And as a one-stop service, we also partner and promote sectors to accelerate zone development in line with the national goals and to ensure OBAS has the right culture, right skills, and system to deliver. We recently announced our new platform called Zone Services, which involve around 80 different types of services. Basically, investors can go today online and apply through an investor application, and they will have access to all types of services within the zones. In April 2025, a royal decree was introduced with the law of special economic zones and free zone. This law provides a clear legal framework to attract quality investors and to own real estate directly, and to improve infrastructure and make the whole process much easier. When it comes to what makes the zone special, comparing to the mainland in Oman, is the package of incentives we offer to the investors. Starting by 100% ownerships, all currencies are permits, no minimum capital requirement to start the investment, tax exemption up to 30 years, 100% repatriation of the profit, and a use of right agreement up to 50 years that can be renewed to another 50 years. However, these are the off-shelf incentives that all investors are getting. We have our national negotiation team, which is located in Invest Oman, consists of all decision makers under securities from different stakeholders in Oman. This committee handle projects that are considered to be strategic in Oman, above 50 million Omani Riyal in investment, to work out customized incentives to attract and make the project more feasible for them to be in Oman. Just a moment. Oman Special Economic Zone and Free Zone create what we call an ideal business environment. Our value proposition is to build Oman as a strategic location, offering access to multiple regions, strong international relationship, ease of doing businesses, diverse national resources, and multimodal transportation, including ports and airports in all of our main zones in Oman, and a future railway connecting Oman to the GCC region. Even though Oman is considered as a small market with around 5 million people, its strategic location open and access to around 59 million consumers in the Gulf region and over 1 billion in emerging Asian markets. Investors connect to key east and west trade routes. Beside the CEPA, which gather all of us today here, we have different free trade agreements with different countries globally, as you can see in the map, such as the FTA we have with the US, with the European countries, and with the Arab countries as well. I will dive more in details in the special economic zone right now. I would like to mention that we have in the attendance the CEO of CISA today, Engineer Ahmed Akak. The special economic zones in Duqm started development in 2012 with a total investment value of around 6.4 billion Omani Riyal and a total area of 2,000 kilometers square. It's equipped with 3 to 4 stars hotels, an apartment, and a labor accommodation that can host around 18,000 of laborers with full services, including transportation and food as well. The port in Duqm is operated by Asyad and the port of Antwerp from Belgium, with a deep seaport with around 18 meters in depth. I would like to explain first the main difference between when I say a special economic zone and a free zone. A special economic zone is basically like a normal city with all service provider existing within the zone itself. So you can find schools, hospitals, restaurants, resorts, all within the zone itself with no border. So anyone will be able to access the zone, even for a visit. Unlike the free zones, which are focused on the manufacturing activities more, and it requires access to enter the zone itself. Therefore, we welcome all type of investment in Duqm, from education, commercial, fisheries, dry dock and port, industries, renewable, logistic, healthcare, and tourism. The key project right now in Duqm is the OQ8 refinery, which is a joint venture between Oman and Kuwait, and OTCO, which is the crude oil storage facility. Also, we have the green hydrogen projects. We announced with collaboration with Hydrom, the main regulator for green hydrogen in Oman, a total of 6 green hydrogen projects that will be located in Duqm. As you can see on the screen, this is the master plan of Duqm. OBAS and the Omani government have heavily invested in the infrastructure to create a state-of-art investment environment that meets international standards and support long-term industrial growth. Duqm is equipped with a deep sea multi-purpose port with that 18-meter depth. In addition, there is a dedicated fishing port located next to the fishery cluster in Duqm, supporting seafood processing and marine-related industries. If you looked at the master plan, you will see that Duqm is carefully divided into sub-zones. There is the heavy, light, and medium industries designed to accommodate different types of manufacturing activities. There is also the Green Industry Park, which dedicated for environmental friendly and sustainable projects. In addition, Duqm includes a tourism cluster and a lifestyle area, creating a balance between the ecosystem of industry and community and life equality. A major focus in Duqm today is the green energy and decarbonization. As I mentioned, 6 green hydrogen projects has been already announced with a total capacity of around 25 gigawatt. One of the projects that's already in the under construction phase is actually from India, ACME, with a total investment of around 288 million, which is already, which will start a production of green hydrogen by 2027. We also have strategic industrial investment coming in the green steel industry. One of them is Jind Al Shadid, which has been operating already in Sohar port for many years now and planning an expansion in Duqm with a total investment of around 462 million US dollar. Additionally, in the green steel area, we have Vale from Brazil coming. All of these reflect a very clear vision, positioning Duqm as a mega hub for green metals, sustainable heavy industries, and companies that are planning to transition to use green energy in the future. Salalah Free Zone. Salalah Free Zone area is approximately around 21.6 kilometers square and had attracted around 13.8 billion US dollar in a total investment until December 2025. One of the strongest advantages in Salalah, it's directly integrated with the port of Salalah. The port is considered among the top 5 ports globally in container efficiency handling. The port is currently operated by Asyad and the port of AB terminals. That gives Salalah a strong global connectivity and reliable shipping performance. Salalah represents Oman gateway to Africa market. Its location along major international ships line, allowing companies to efficiently access East Africa and North Africa and beyond. In Salalah, we are actively welcoming investment in the renewable and logistic and pharma and general industries and food processing sector. The zone already hosts major industrial projects such as the methanol production facility, iron industry complex, integrated commercial units, plastic raw materials production, food processing and industries. Recently, we announced a new investment coming from India called GFCL, which will operate in manufacturing EV batteries and chemicals with a total investment of 188 million US dollars. As you can see in the screen, this is the master plan of Salalah Free Zone. It's strategically designed to an export-oriented industrial hub, directly integrated with the port of Salalah. The layout of the zone built around logistic efficiency, ensuring fast movement between production and facilitation and the port operation as well. Sohar Free Zone, located in the northern part of Oman. Sohar Free Zone covers approximately 45 kilometers square. It has attracted a total investment around 1.7 billion Omani Riyal until December 2025. One of the main strategic strengths of Sohar Free Zone is the direct integrated of Sohar Port, a deep sea port operated by a joint venture between Asyad and the port of Rotterdam from the Netherlands. The zone is fully supported by a world-class infrastructure, including industrial and land equipped with ready utilities, such as power, water, and gas supply. The advantage logistic and the strategic location provide close distance to Muscat and the UAE as well. It's like 2-hour drive from Muscat to Sohar and 2-hour drive to Dubai. Sohar Free Zone offers strong investment opportunities across multiple industries, including metals, plastic, automotive, chemicals, renewable, logistic, and pharma. The zone already hosts major projects such as metal processing facility, petroleum coke production, and the production of polysilicon. We actually announced last year the biggest polysilicon factory outside of China that will be located in Sohar Free Zone with a total investment of 500 million Omani riyal. This project played as an anchor project, attracting all the projects that are in the downstream of the polysilicon, such as manufacturing solar panels and solar cells, solar wafer. We are proud to have the full supply chain of solar now in Sohar Free Zone. Besides that, Jindal Shadid has been operated for many years in Sohar port, as you know, Valley as well. These both projects are now expanding in Duqm. We also have some Indian projects in Sohar Free Zone, such as Sanvera, with a total investment of $86 billion, along with Sohar Faro Alloys, Diamond Faro Alloys, and Star Faro Alloys. All of these are led Indian investments. We have a total of around 29 Indian projects operating in Sohar Free Zone at the moment. As you can see, this is the master plan of Sohar Free Zone. The zone is strategic integrated with the Sohar port and designed to support heavy industry and logistic and manufacturing cluster. One of the important development is to highlight is the upcoming railway connectivity between Sohar and Abu Dhabi, expected to be operated by 2027. This railway will directly connect Sohar Free Zone to the UAE and to the GCC railway. Al Mazyuna Free Zone is a strategic location near the Yemen border, as I like to call it, the Yemen gateway to Oman. It's mainly focused on trade and logistic and light industries and commercial activities. Its main advantage is to cross-border trade access and serve as a gateway between the two countries. Khazain covers around 52 square kilometers and has attracted around $1.9 billion in total of investment. It's Oman's first public-private partnership economic city. It's directly connected to Muscat through the express highway. Khazain is strongly positioned as a logistic and a light industry hub, supported by Oman's first dry dock, which enhance inland custom clearance and supply chain efficiency. Finally, we have Madain that oversees all the industrial states in Oman, across the north to the south of Oman. If you see the location of these zones, they are all located in next to high populated areas in Oman in order to serve the local market. I would also like to announce that we are in the process of establishing 3 new zones, starting by the Special Economic Zone in Al Rawda, which will be in the border of Oman and UAE, and the Economic Zone at Al Zahira on the border of Oman and Saudi, and a free zone at Muscat International Airport. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, Oman is not just offering a land and incentives. We offer partnerships. With the Indian-Oman Cepa framework, strong political relationship, and decades of trust between our both nations, we see a clear opportunities to build integrated supply chains together, from manufacturing to green energy, from logistic and advanced industry. On personal level, as an investor relations specialist at OBAS, I remain fully available to support you from your first inquiry to all the way to the project operational stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, we have come to the end of a very elaborate session. I know that when you already extended, but there was no other source. We got a lot of informative presentations. Before closing, we have a very important guest with us, Dr. P. Muhammad Ali, founder Gulfa Group. CSR has already addressed. Sir, kindly come over to the dais. We need to give you mementos to our dignitaries and speakers. I also request Sri Sharafuddin also to come over side, and Sri Cherianam George, Dr. James also, please be on the dais. So with the permission of the organizers, I would request Dr. Muhammad Ali to please hand over the mementos to our dignitaries from Oman. Dr. Yusuf Hamad Al-Balushi, Economic Advisor, Research Analyst. Please come over. Mr. Yarub Nasir Gamiz. Mr. Ahmad Ali Akak. Mr. A.A. Yakdan Muhammad Zahir, Smart Investment Gateway. I would request Mr. Cherian George to hand out mementos to the CTL officials also. Mr. Sudhish. And Mr. Chowdhury. All the speakers who are present here kindly come for a joint photograph.
Yeah, he can come from here. I think it's.
People are obsessed with pictures these days, huh?
Thank you. We have come to the end of a very marathon session, and as I'd like to thank all our dignitaries, especially the ambassadors and CGs and all the officials and dignitaries who have joined for this session as speakers also, and most importantly all the participants who are here patiently hearing to the very informative sessions. As already told, we will be having interaction with Oman government Oman officials who have come from Oman side, but the others can join for the lunch, and after 10 minutes of break, those who want, those already registered for the meetings can have the meetings happening in different rows. So kindly connect with our registration center and you can have the meetings. Meanwhile, others can join for lunch. Thank you.